I was reading Two's Company before this. Honestly I was tempted to do that, I just don't have the time with everything else that I'm, like, keeping up with and also, like, all my jobs. I just don't have the time, but, like, I'm just excited for Mira chapter. We're almost at the end of the angst, but I was on Twitter being like, "Oh, I'm gonna read these back to back," and a lot of people not a lot of people, I got one response being like, "If you wanna do these back to back, read Candy Floss first and then do Two's Company later to, like, ease the angst." So I'm guessing this will be some fluff at the end at least. Um, but I'm doing them in reverse order, so we'll see what happens. We shall see what happens. Let's see. Who do we have here? Also, I know that a lot of people were not able to join because they are at work. Unfortunately, I don't work a regular 9 to 5 and all my jobs, like, I they are, like, loaded on the weekends, so I can only do, like, streams in the weekdays usually, like, especially this month, uh, which is going to be interesting, but also I don't have any other time, so what can I do? Hi, Max. Wait. Yep, those were S Sam, are you on the YouTube? Sam's always on the YouTube. And I'm gonna share my screen over here. Oh, man, I'm excited for Two's Company. It's been a long time, and the last time we did Two's Company, that was the longest stream I've ever done, that was 6 hours. So I guess it's only fitting that we're doing Two's Company during a full stream day. I realize work out for me since I have morning class, and I'm good. That's good. That's good. The girlies are entering their healing era. Yeah. Neither are really angsty in my opinion. I mean, I think when people talk about candy floss angst, they just mean like the toxic clash and stuff. Um Also, I just want to say Toss is not here right now. Um but I want to say that I tried my damned hardest to find gushers. I have Slim Jims. I tried my damned hardest to find Gushers. I guess they have them in 7-Elevens, but I never go to 7-Elevens. So I'm gonna try and find Gushers sometime and try that combination because I feel bad at this point because I was on Twitter being like, "Oh, I'm gonna try this combination," because everyone was attacking Toss, and I was like, "It can't be that bad. It can't." It sounds better than Pilk to me. Okay, Slim Jim Gusher, same thing to me. That's funny. Um, but yeah, anyways, I got 2 Slim Jims from Crafty when I was working a background gig. And I just need to find the gushers and then I'll try it. Toss, I swear. Toss is not here right now, but I swear I'll try it. I swear I'll try it. It's actually good, I recommend. Yeah. Sorry. Sometimes I just like go silent to read the comments. Anyway, we can just get guys. Two's Company is at 303,970 words. That's insane to me. That's insane to me. Anyway, ZC on Twitter like making a full like volume, like printed volume of Two's Company, and it's the thickest thing you've ever seen. It's so funny. Why is this like rivaling the length of like fucking War and Peace? I don't know how long War and Peace is, but like that's funny to say. And it's not done yet. We still have Beat chapter, we still have Smut chapter to go. That's a lot of words. It is a lot of words. Um and you know what? I read them all. Rereading it and I'm like, I don't think I have that in me. But all power to you. I feel like Two's Company is like the kind of thing that you kind of I would love to like experience Two's Company for the first time again. It's kind of like that to me, but I don't think I can read it again. War and Peace is 587,000. Thanks for the research. Um, I mean, it's more than half of War and Peace. That's crazy. It's more than the first two Lord of the Rings books combined. That's crazy. Polytrix authors are crazy. Like Candy Floss is at like 100 and what right now? Candy Floss is at 167,000 and it's not even halfway finished. So Candy Floss will be even longer than this, than the length of Two's Company right now. And I'm just like, where do you find the time? I was talking to my roommate about this the other day, and I'm like, how do you even do that? How do you even do that? I don't know. All power to them. I could never. But thank you for gifting us this. Polytrix is wild. Okay, so this is chapter 35. I should stop clapping in front of the microphone, but what can I do sometimes? Dedication and willpower. Chapter 35, Pins, Needles, and Helping Hands. Summary is Mira chapter is here. Oh, she's going to be fine. I'm just telling myself this. She's going to be fine, and they're going to be together once again. They're just taking a break. They're just taking a break. After reading like When the Sky Breaks West yesterday, and all the like girls are together now and they're like healing, I'm just hoping for the best for these versions of the girls. Mira chapter. Okay, I'm gonna try to calm down my voice. Mira woke up in a cold sweat. Her lungs seized with every sharp inhale, each breath sharp, her chest clamped like iron bands had been fastened around her while she slept. Her throat burned, raw like she's been screaming for hours, except no sound had ever left her. The air felt heavy, too thick, pressing against her until she curled into herself, arms wrapping tight around her stomach, like that could shrink the ache inside her chest. Mira's fingers moved on their own, slipping under the hem of her shirt. She traced along the raised line of freshly healed skin at her ribs, nails skimming the tender edge. It wasn't bleeding, wasn't open, wasn't new. But in her body's confusion, it might as well have a fresh wound. She shivered slightly. Breathe. She had to breathe. Slow. In, out. This is just a repeat of like what was happening in When the Sky Breaks West yesterday. When the Sky Breaks West final chapter was just like breathing exercises, breathing exercises. um, they love putting our girls through crazy trauma. Anyway, in, out. She forced air into her lungs, breaths ragged, uneven, every inhale like it's every inhale like it scraped her raw inside. Her heart pounded against her ribs like it wanted out, but with each repetition of the words, "You're okay, you're fine, you're safe," the worst of the panic began to ebb away. It wasn't gone, it never was, but it dulled enough for her to uncurl slightly, for her trembling arms to fall heavy against her knees. Her eyes stung, lashes damp. She rubbed hard at them with the heels of her palm, a quiet, frustrated sound catching in her throat. She hated this part, the crying without remembering, the waking up already exhausted, body heavy and sore, like her nightmares had wrung her out and left her bare. These nights had become familiar, too familiar. Some weeks she managed it through untouched, sleeping straight through the morning, unscathed. Other times, like now, she woke choking, gasping, her body frantic to remind her they still knew how to breathe. Steadied her, just enough to ground her back. Her she wasn't alone, that there were people holding her steady, even when her dreams tried to drag her under. The room was dim, the faintest sliver of dawn seeping through the curtains, casting casting pale light across the sheets tangled around her legs. Mira leaned back against the headboard, pressing her skull against the wood until the cold steadied her. Her phone lay face down beside her on the bed. She snatched it up, thumb pressing against the screen with hope. With hope, the glow from the screen could burn through the fog in her head. Nothing. Just her own reflection in the black screen. Dead. She exhaled softly through her nose, a small, humorless laugh slipping out. Of course it was dead. She'd fallen asleep with the call still open, voices crackling soft into her ear until she drifted off. She hadn't even thought about plugging it in. Her fingers stayed there, holding the useless thing. It still carried last night's echo, Zoe's endless jokes, Rumi's soft laugh, the three of them spilling noise until she was too tired to think. It was quieter, too quiet. The ringing in her ears was all she had left of the nightmare. Mira shut her eyes again, pressing her phone against her chest, whispering it again. You're okay. You're fine. You're safe. Though the words caught in her throat, more habit than comfort. Maybe she was reminding the silence too. The room answered back with nothing but the faint hum of the AC, the city outside, and the stretch of the empty mattress beside her. Every shift of the sheets sounded too loud, too wrong. Her grip on the phone tightened until her knuckles throbbed. She already checked, Zoe's and Rumi's names still pinned at the top of her messages. But no glow, no soft voices bleeding through the speaker to fill the space. Just her own breathing and the heartbeat she could feel on her throat. She curled onto her side, tucking her knees up, trying to mimic the shape her body knew. The way it bent when someone else was behind her body waiting for the dip of weight on the mattress, for the brush of a knee or the slow, even breath against the back of her neck. But it never came. You're not a kid anymore, she told herself, staring at the blank wall. You don't need someone there to keep you safe. You can do this. The words sounded thin, like they belonged to someone else. Her chest stayed tight, heart pushing hard against its cage. She could almost hear her parents' voices, the words they used to throw at her when she was younger. Liability, disappointment, a mistake, too much. Back then, she'd curled up alone in her room, too, biting her lip until it bled so they wouldn't hear her sobs. Now she was grown. She had friends, well, counting her girlfriends and Abby when she wanted to count him. I'm so excited for the Abby stuff. She had love, but the silence still scraped against her nerves the same way it had when she was 12. She rolled the ring between her fingers until the metal dug into her skin, like maybe it could hold her together. In her mind, she pictured Zoe's sleepy mumble, Rumi's quiet humming, let the memory of them hover at the edge of the bed, even if they weren't physically there. Her breathing slowed a fraction, not enough to feel okay yet, but enough to keep trying. She knew she had to teach her body that it was safe here too, safe even in an empty room, even without someone's arm draped over her waist. Another slow breath, another mantra. You're okay. You're fine. You're safe. She whispered it again and again until the words blurred with each exhale, until the weight behind her eyelids grew heavier. It would take time, maybe a long time, but tonight, at least, she was trying. The line break that we have. My Shayla. Abby mentioned, guys, I'm really excited for Abby and Mira stuff. I haven't been keeping up with all the sneak peeks. But I saw some Abby stuff. But whenever the girls are like friends with any of the Saja boys, I love the Saja boys like in the fic versions of the Saja boys. It's very, very fun. Her parents are mean. Grrr. Your mug is so cute. Thank you. I'm pretty sure this is my roommate's. Yeah. Yeah, this is my roommate. I'm baby Zoe bestie truther. I believe that. I believe that. I mean, the Zoe mystery combo is common just because like Zostry and stuff. But I believe that. The annoying sibling versions of the Saja boys will always be my phase. Me too. Me too. I said this so many times and I don't want to get into discourse here again because people were attacking me on Twitter. Listen, guys, I do like Rujinu. Yes, I do. Not as much as Polytrix, but I do like it, okay? But this version of Genu is my favorite. No one come for me for liking Rujinu. Platonic Saja Boy is my beloved, yeah. Eh, I'm just gonna check something out. I might go to. Oh my god. Multi shipping is a thing for a reason, guys. I'm saying this. I'm sorry. I watched this movie. I have no straight friends, okay? I have no like cishet friends. We are all queer and we're watching this movie and we're like, yeah, Rujinu is real. Chino killed me with that cake. Oh, wait, what? Okay, I'm back. I can enjoy chocolate and marshmallows at the same time. No, seriously, I think we need to end the like anti multi shippers. It's ridiculous, guys. Guys, let people like whatever ships they like. I'm sorry. Like I will personally not care about like the romantic Zostery and the romantic Miramabi. But if you ship them, I don't care. Make your own stories. Like don't attack people for liking like it's stupid. It's stupid. As an adult, I can mute tags. Exactly. That's what muting people is for. Like, oh my god. I've talked to like so many of my friends about this and I've just been ranting to all of them. Anyways, I'm gonna go back. We're all here to have fun. Exactly. She woke up later in the day to something tickling her nose. I miss Nim. Oh my god. Aw. Wait. At first, she tried to ignore it, burrowing deeper into the pillow, but the tickle came again, a faint brush right at the edge of her nostrils. Mira groaned and rolled her eyes to the side, hoping it would stop. A tiny chirp answered her instead, sharp and high pitched next to her ear. Before she could even open her eyes, something small and warm was pressing a wet tongue against her cheek. Oh, Nim, she muttered, voice rough with sleep. She turned her whole body away, yanking the blanket up over her head. Tired, not now. For a second, it was quiet again. She was just drifting back under when she felt something shifting through her hair, little paws kneading, tugging at strands. Then, the unmistakable poke of claws through the fabric at her hip. Then claws sank through the blanket and into her hip. Cumulonimbus pak ri hong, she growled from under the fabric. I love that. Nim's name is Cumulonimbus. It's so funny. She shot upright, hair sticking in every direction, and found the culprit. Nimbus perched on the mattress, tail flicking slowly against the sheets, big round eyes completely unbothered by her scowl. Mira narrowed her eyes at him. Nimbus blinked back. The staring contest lasted all of 2 seconds before her expression cracked. She sighed and reached out, voice softening automatically. Come here, you menace. He answered with a soft meow and trotted forward. She scooped him up, pressing a kiss to the top of his fuzzy head. His tiny His tiny paws pressed against her collarbone, claws lightly pricking. After a minute, he twisted, headbutting her chin and then giving it a playful nip. Oh, hey, she pulled back, smiling despite herself. Don't do that to your mother when she's trying to show you affection. He blinked, gave another small meow. She rolled her eyes and set him down. He immediately hopped off the bed, tail up, as if leading her somewhere. Still half asleep, she shuffled after him toward the bathroom. The cool tile under her bare feet woke her a little. She flicked the light on. Nimbus plopped down by the floor like a tiny sentinel. She started her morning routine, well, afternoon routine, mechanically. Toothbrush, toothpaste, splash of water. She leaned over the sink, head heavy, eyes still gritty with sleep. Mid brush, she glanced up, caught her reflection, and froze. Her dark roots were unmistakable in the harsh bathroom light. She leaned closer, frowning at her hairline, one hand flying up to touch it. Fuck, she mumbled around the toothbrush. Another curse followed as reality sank in. Zoe wasn't here to fix it this time. She was the one who always handled it now. Mira still didn't trust herself after the disaster last time. The shade of swampy green that had taken 3 salon visits to fix. She still didn't know how she'd managed it. It had been Zoe's idea to help. Out of nowhere one day, Zoe had offered. Mira, skeptical but desperate, had agreed. And somehow Zoe had done a perfect job. Since then, it had become their little ritual. Thinking of it tugged a half smile out of her. Back then, before either of them admitted anything, it should have been obvious. She spat, rinsed, set the brush down. And just like that, the memory was there. Zoe's hands in her hair, the two of them bent over the bathroom sink, laughing too much for either of them to keep steady. That is so. That's smart. That's so good. That's so good. That's really, really good. Oh my god. I I I love it when, like, authors notice, like, small things like that, and I'm like, "I would have never thought about that." But, like, it is a reminder to her. Oh my god, that's really good. Oh, so sweet. Also, when I saw I love it when you call me big toothpaste. That's why I was laughing. Anyway, I'm just gonna keep going. These are like small sections. Hair dye and cute moments. Yay. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Mira sat stiff on the toilet edge, an old towel draped around her shoulders, watching Zoe with narrowed eyes. Guys, flashback time! Flashback time! I love Zomira flashbacks. Happy Zomira week. Happy Zomira week. Happy Zomira week. A dramatic eye roll answered her. You've asked me that 5 times already. Yes, I read the instructions. Zoe stirred the bleach mixture carefully, gloved hands moving like she had any idea what she was doing. She didn't. Did you actually read them? Like, thoroughly? Mira pressed, nose wrinkling at the sharp chemical smell. Yes, Zoe drawled, dragging the word out. I read the instructions clearly, Mira. She tapped the brush against the bowl, shooting a glance upward. Do you want your roots fixed or not? Sorry, I just thought my roommates are so Zomira. My roommates are dating. They are literally Zomira. And that just hit me. Wait, wait. If there's Zomira, am I their roomie? I love being a third. Wait, that's so sweet. They are Zomira. um grumbling under her breath, Mira sat up straighter. That's what I thought. Zoe giggled, the sound too bright in their cramped little bathroom. I swear if my hair falls out. You're so dramatic. Zoe huffed. And if you do go bald, I'll shave mine too, as an apology. Then we can rock the bald look together. Not bald Zoe being canon. Hi, Red. Sending you so much love. I hope you're doing all right. I hope you're doing fine right now. Two's company in real life? No, yeah. Red rolled up. Red, I hope I didn't check the Discord because I had to jump onto the live. Um, but I hope you're doing well. Let me check your response real quick. I see. I see. Um, I hope I don't know. I hope this can at least be a little distraction for you. I love you. Please get I hope you're resting right now. I hope you're lying down and resting. Okay. Cool. Yeah, Huntrix is real and Two's company is real. The only thing is that I'm not dating them, but they are dating each other. um, that earned her a long, squinting look. Mira wasn't sure what twisted her stomach more, the absurd promise or the way Zoe tilted her head while saying it, like she meant every word. Honestly, though, I think you could totally pull it off. Sorry, that was Zoe. Honestly, though, I think you could totally pull it off. The tone landed strange, supportive, yet edged with something else that made Mira pause. You couldn't, she muttered, a small smirk tugging the corners of her lips. Zoe gave her an offended look, clutching her chest like she'd just been betrayed. After I just complimented you too? Wow. Kidding. You'd pull anything off. Mira forced the words to sound offhand as if it didn't cost her anything, but the tips of her ears showed otherwise. Ah! For a heartbeat, Zoe just blinked at her, cheeks tinged pink, and then that crooked smile spread across her face, the one Mira secretly loved. You're such a sap, Mir. Mira scoffed and looked anywhere but Zoe's face, suddenly aware of the heat climbing her neck. Whatever. Zoe snorted, shaking her head, giggles bubbling up. Mira, did you know you act like a tsundere sometimes? No! LMFAO! Not Mira Sundere! Oh my god! A what? Mira's brows furrowed in complete confusion. 10 minutes and one chaotic YouTube explainer later. Mira lowered the phone, staring at the screen in horror. Don't ever call me that again. Sundere Mira confirmed. This is so funny. Mira is not a tsundere. That's not what that's a different thing. Mira just has resting bitch face. And I guess she has resting bitch voice. But she's not a tsundere. Zoe took the phone back, rolling her eyes with a grin. Okay, okay. But it's kind of true though. Zoe, I'm so serious. All right. She chuckled and stepped closer with the bowl in her hands. Lean down a bit for me. I don't think Mira is not a tsundere, guys. I disagree with you, Zoe. Mira obeyed, tipping her head forward, and Zoe began to work. She dipped the brush into the pale mixture and started at the part in Mira's hair. Cold cream pressed into her scalp with firm but careful strokes, working the dye in. It made her shiver slightly, and Zoe giggled at that. Every so often, her fingers brushed against Mira's skin, tucking strands of stray hair behind her ear, wrapping each section in foil with deliberate folds. From this angle, Mira could see everything, the tiny freckles dusting Zoe's nose, the soft crease between her brows as she concentrated with each stroke of the brush, tongue peeking out at the corner of her mouth. She was so close that Mira could smell her shampoo over the sharp tang of bleach. her traitorous heart thudding harder the longer she stared. Zoe set the brush back into the bowl and studied her work. When she glanced down and caught Mira's gaze, her expression softened into that familiar dorky smile, the same smile that always managed to render Mira speechless. What? Wait, what? Mira blinked. What? Sorry, that's Zoe. I was trying to figure out if that was Zoe or Mira saying that. What? Mira blinked up at her. She didn't know if it was because she wasn't looking up at Zoe like this, or because of the way Zoe's eyes were crinkling, or because her pulse was hammering. But the only thing that popped into her head blurted out before she could stop it. Chicken butt. The words tumbled out before she could stop them. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then Zoe, who had the humor of a prepubescent boy, absolutely lost it. She doubled over, laughing so hard she had to brace herself on the counter. Mira, no way, you just said that! She wheezed, giving her shoulder a shove that was meant to be playful, but, like always, way too forceful. Already laughing at herself, Mira staggered. Completely off balance, she slid off the toilet lid, wedging into the narrow gap between the tub and the toilet. Her elbow scraped tile, her head thunked against the wall. Zoe's laughter went nuclear, bouncing off the bathroom walls. And despite herself, despite the mild ache blooming in the back of her head, Mira couldn't stop laughing either. That sound, God, she loved that sound. My head, Zoe, she complained weakly through her chuckles. Dropping into a crouch, Zoe tried and failed to stifle her giggles. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Is your big head okay? Her gloved hand came up to cradle the back of Mira's head, thumb rubbing awkward circles into the bleached strands. It's fine now, Mira huffed, heartbeats still erratic from both the fall and the closeness. Another slow, soothing circle of Zoe's thumb, then soft and absurdly earnest. Want me to kiss it better? Heat shot up Mira's neck to her ears. No, it's fine, she blurted out. Too late. Zoe had already leaned down with theatrical exaggeration, pressing a loud, dramatic kiss right to the spot. The second her lips brushed Mira's hair, Zoe jerked back with a horrified sputter. Oh my god, I forgot you have bleach in your hair. She practically ripped the gloves off and lunged for the sink, spitting and gagging under the tap. Ugh, gross! That's what you get. Mira sat slumped against the wall, snickering helplessly as water ran and Zoe gargled. Her head still hurt a little, but her chest hurt more from laughing too much and from the fact that Zoe kissing her hair, even as a joke, had nearly stopped her heart. Y'all are so dense. You are so dense. Anyways, they realize later, so it's fine. Dense as fuck. About an hour later, Zoe handed Mira the handheld mirror. Mira lifted it hesitantly, bracing herself. Her reflection stared back, freshly dyed hair catching the bathroom light, her dark roots finally gone. It actually looked good, really good. Too good for a first try. Her chest tightened as she glanced at Zoe, who was gnawing nervously at her thumbnail like she was waiting for a verdict that could make or break her whole day. Mira's throat went dry. God, she looked so anxious and cute. Stop. Focus, Mira. Well, Zoe burst out, words tripping over each other. Do you like it? Is it good? Is it bad? What? Mira's lips curved before she could stop them. It's good. I like it. Like, it's professional level good. For a second, Zoe just blinked at her, stunned, before a grin spread across her face so wide it made Mira's stomach flutter. Really? Mm hmm. Mira stood, handing the mirror back, her voice softening without meaning to. Thank you, Zoe. The words felt heavier than they should have, slipping out of her chest almost like a secret. Zoe's lips parted like she wanted to say something back, but then she shut them, spun on her heel, and left the bathroom. Mira blinked after her. Uh. Before she could puzzle it out, Zoe was back again, cheeks flushed pink. You owe me 1,000,000,001 now, by the way, Zoe muttered quickly, refusing to meet her eyes. Since I made you look hot. Mira froze, her brain short circuited. She. What? Zoe blinked, realizing what she'd said, and panic spread across her face. Wait, no, not that you weren't hot before. I just. She waved her dye stained hands helplessly. You were already hot before. I mean, I made you hotter. Wait, no. Ugh. Her face went crimson as she slapped her own forehead. This is all your fault, Mira. What did I do? Mira sputtered. But Zoe shoved her playfully, sending Mira stumbling back against the wall. Her shoulder thudded lightly as she groaned, more from fluster than pain. Sorry, sorry, Zoe giggled, brushing it off as she turned toward the sink to start cleaning up the leftover dye supplies. But you know what I mean. Her laugh was light, easy, but Mira's heart was still pounding like it was trying to escape her ribcage. Hot. She called me hot. She thinks I. Y'all don't call your friends hot? Anyway, I don't have 1,000,000,001, Mira mumbled under her breath, shuffling a step closer. Her fingers fidgeted at her sides. Zoe flicked her a glance before turning on the faucet. Well, you owe me something then. Something sparked in Mira's chest, cutting through the nerves. She chewed on her lip, pulse quickening. Zoe always kissed Mira's cheek casually, playfully, never a big deal. Why wouldn't she just do the same? It would be fair, it would be thanks, and maybe it would mean something. Zoe? Mira whispered. Zoe hummed distractedly, then turned, and her eyes widened. Mira was closer now, so close Zoe's back hit the counter, trapping her. Uh, Zoe muttered, blinking rapidly. Mira swallowed hard. She leaned in, trembling just slightly. Zoe made a tiny noise in the back of her throat, half squeak, half laugh, and shut her eyes. And for some reason, she leaned forward too. Their foreheads smacked together. Ow! Shit, sorry. Mira pulled back, flustered, rubbing her brow. For a moment, they just stared, breathless, their faces flushed and too close. Mira's hand found Zoe's shoulder almost without thinking, holding her steady. Her heart was in her throat. Let me just, she whispered. Before she could lose her nerve, she dipped forward and pressed her lips against Zoe's cheek, soft and fleeting, but warm enough to burn through Mira's skin. She lingered half a heartbeat longer than she should have, then jerked back, staring at the tiles like they'd suddenly become fascinating. Her ears were on fire. Is that a good thanks? Silence. Her chest squeezed. Was that too much? Did I? Mira risked a glance. Zoe was standing absolutely still, face red, clear to her hairline, staring at nothing with a dazed little smile. Zoe. Mira waved a hand in front of her. Nothing. Zoe? She tried again, heart creeping up her throat. Still nothing. Zoe? When she reached out to touch her, Zoe jolted upright, startled like she'd been snapped out of a trance. Then, without warning, she bolted for the door. Mira gawked as she disappeared into the hall, only to hear a shriek a second later. Guys, at least try to be normal. High pitched, muffled, impossible to place between terror and joy. Mira jumped. Zoe? Before she could chase after her, Zoe burst back into the bathroom, nearly tripping over herself, and went straight to rinsing the dye bowl in the sink like nothing had happened. You, Mira started. I'm fine. Zoe cut in, voice too high, too bright, her smile reaching ear to ear. Mira tilted her head, skeptical. Okay. But the blush on her face hadn't gone anywhere, and judging from Zoe's, neither had hers. Happy Zomira week. Happy Zomira week to all who celebrate. They're so everything. I'm gonna make cool. No, no, I don't better. Okay, I'm back. Zoe brain broke. Zoe's brain woke. I miss them a lot. I love flashbacks. I love flashbacks so much. You bro- Blue screen Zoe is so cute. Zoe XE has crashed. Yeah. I don't know, Mira. That's kind of gay. I wonder how long the swing set scene was after this. Me too. Me too. Ugh. 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 I love them. They are so in love and they're not normal about it. At least try to be normal about it. Toss? Well, how long is it? Is Toss here? Yeah, Toss is here. Hi. How long is this scene from the swing set scene is the question. You don't have to answer. It can be whatever. Toss rolled up and is great. Yeah. I love Zomira Fluff. I love Zomira Fluff so much. Anyways, now we're back to the angst. Now we're back to the angst because toss. Mira sank further into the chair, fingers worrying at a loose thread in her sleeve. Talking about cooking here felt stupid, too small, not therapist's office material. But Dr. Minji, her new therapist, had asked, and Mira had promised herself she'd at least try. No, I'm gonna use the same therapist tone that I was using yesterday. Oh, I'd say like maybe a couple months. Real, 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 real. So sweetie pie. Okay. So the kitchen, Dr. Minji said, her tone gentle, leaning forward a little. That's where it gets overwhelming? Mira gave the tiniest nod. I used to, it used to calm me, cooking, cutting things, just moving my hands. She swallowed, throat dry. But now, if I pick up a knife, it's like I'm back there. I can't stop seeing it, feeling it. Dr. Minji nodded slowly, jotting something down. Okay, let's slow that moment down together. You step into the kitchen, pick up a knife. What's the very first thought that flashes through your mind? Mira's lips pressed slightly. The answer was automatic. Ugly. It's going to happen again. Her gaze stuck to her lap. That I'll get hurt again. That I can't protect myself. Good, Dr. Minji said softly. That's honest. So thought I'll get hurt again. And what feeling comes with that thought? Fear. Mira's voice came out flat, but her chest ached. Terror, really, like my body knows before I do. And in your body, what happens? Mira tapped her ribs lightly, avoiding eye contact. Heart races, handshake, can't breathe. My side, she grimaced. Where the stitches were, it just remembers. Dr. Minji scribbled something again, then glanced up. And then, what do you end up doing? Mira huffed out a short, bitter laugh, dropping the knife, running out like an idiot, or I just. She made a small curling motion with her fingers. Fold up on the floor until it passes. I see. Dr. Minji's voice stayed warm, unhurried. So the cycle is kitchen, then the thought, I'll get hurt again, the feeling, fear, body, panic. Behavior, dropping the knife, running, shutting down. Does that sound close? Mira made a face. Yeah, makes me sound pathetic when you say it like that. Not pathetic, Dr. Minji corrected softly. Just a pattern, and patterns can change. Mira didn't answer, picking harder at the thread. Part of CBT, Dr. Minji continued, is learning to pause between the thought and the feeling. We can't stop the memory from showing up, but we can practice what you say to yourself about it. Mira frowned. Like what? Don't freak out? That never works. Not quite. Dr. Minji smiled faintly. Something gentler. For example, I'm safe now. I'm in my kitchen, not there. Or, this knife is just for cooking. Mira tried the words silently, but they felt flimsy. Paper shields against a flood. Maybe, she muttered, unconvinced. That's enough for now, Dr. Minji said. The goal isn't to erase what happened. It's to remind your body you survived it, that you're here. Mira leaned back, arms wrapped tight around herself. Uneasy, but strangely lighter, too. Like maybe the cycle wasn't a locked door after all. I love that I've just been reading like therapy shit the past 2 days. My days have been so funny. Like yesterday, I started my day with a therapy appointment, then read When the Sky Breaks West, where it's just a lot of therapy stuff. And now we're back to therapy stuff, but with me healing through fic. Dr. M spitting facts. Already my new therapist. Don't know. Do not call me your therapist. I no, I no. I'm not good at that shit. I try my best. Free therapy on God. I am not a professional. Do not no, no. Toss is all our therapist. Toss just like breaks all our hearts and then like heals them back again. So I guess she kind of is. RD the MD. RD therapy, I'm down. Red, no. Um, no, guys, no. If you need therapy, please consult a professional. Because like I will say this, I do believe in therapy. Like I'm not like anti-therapy, but like please consult a professional. Do not consult me. Go talk to a therapist. Talk about your problems there. Um and it's all confidential. PhD in polytricks therapy. She wrote through me exactly how I am. That hurt. I have felt so called out by these fics. Guys, also I said this yesterday during stream, but I I ended up coming out to my therapist yesterday. It's really so funny to me. It's so funny to me that that just happened because we were talking about like relationships and sexuality, and I was like, "Well, well." It's so funny, guys. I haven't come out to my parents yet. I'm just like, if they figure it out, they will figure it out. Hi, Danny. Well, here's some news. Thank you, guys. Yesterday, everyone on stream was like, "Congratulations, congratulations for coming out, Queen," and I'm like, "Okay." So funny. Oh God, I'm gonna start laughing again. I don't want to have a repeat of what was going on yesterday. Okay. Thank you, guys. Mira groaned into her pillow, a pathetic sound. She felt like shit. Probably looked like shit too. Hair a disaster, roots loud enough to scream at her. When was the last time she'd done anything normal, like actually take care of herself? She couldn't remember, didn't want to. Takeout boxes were still stacked on her nightstand, a depressing little tower of grease and regret. Her stomach hated her for it. The rest of her body did too. She missed cooking, missed the rhythm, the chopping, the stirring, hands moving, brain quiet. But now, just stepping into the kitchen locked her chest up like a vice. So she avoided it, and everything inside her rotted heavier for it. Mira, we gotta teach you some no knife recipes. We gotta we gotta teach you some no you can't survive on takeout alone, girl. She missed her girlfriends, missed how things were before knives and panic and feeling like her chest was full of broken glass. She wanted Zoe's laughter, Rumi's grounding calm, even their stupid, petty arguments about nothing. She wanted all of it back. But right now, even typing into their group chat felt impossible, too heavy, like she couldn't show up right, couldn't be Mira anymore. She sniffed, phone screen glowing at her face. Sorry. Phone screen glowing at her face. Their chat was still open. Emojis, chaos, inside jokes stacked for days. She stared until her throat burned, then swiped out. Her thumb hovered over another name. I know what's gonna happen. Someone she hadn't reached out to in God, how long? She'd been so consumed with her relationship, with everything that happened when Rumi first came and now that she'd let everything else fall away. Maybe it was easier to start here with him. She opened the chat. Fingers hesitated, then typed. Mira, 2:13 p.m. Hey loser. She winced a little at her own bluntness, then added before she could stop herself. Are you free right now? You're probably not. Your life's boring anyway. Come over. Her thumb hovered. Should she send? Too sharp, too weird after months of nothing. She bit her lip, then hit send before she could delete it. The typing bubble appeared almost immediately. Pain in the abs, 2:15 p.m. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Sorry, this needs to be even lower. What happened to being polite with your friends? If you can't even call us that because because I haven't heard from you in months. Mira huffed, rolling her eyes. Some things never changed. Her fingers flew. Mira, 2:13 p.m. I do think we're friends. On some very rare occasions when you don't manage to piss me off. A pause. Then, pain in the abs, 2:16 p.m. But you're always so pissy though. Do you think that because you never pee? Maybe you should pee more. I heard holding it for long periods of time gives you infections. God, I love this. It's so good. Mira's mouth twitched despite herself. Idiots. She typed back quickly. Mira, 2:18 p.m. I pee regularly, thank you very much. You're just annoying. His response came with alarming speed. Pain in the abs, 2:19 p.m. 2:19 p.m. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but your words will never hurt me. The little like crying, like teary-eyed emoji. But since I don't have anything important right now and can humor you, I'll be over in a minute. Mira blinked. That easy? Mira, 2:20 p.m. Okay. Bring some hair dye too. My roots are showing. And pain in the abs, 2:21 p.m. Lol, imagine. Mira, 2:22 p.m. I love her. She dropped her phone onto the blanket with a sigh, softer than she meant, like something had just unclenched in her chest. Her ceiling blurred as her eyes drifted shut. She felt wrung out, tired in a way that going to sleep never seemed to fix. But maybe, just maybe, this was something. A start. She sucked in a breath, held it, and then let it leak out slowly through her lips. Hopefully, she whispered, voice catching in the empty room. I'll be fine. Mira dragged herself off the bed and into the shower, scrubbing quickly until she felt at least halfway human again. She hadn't planned on company today. Hell, she hadn't planned on company at all for weeks. But since Abby was actually coming over, she figured she should make the place look less like disaster zone. By make the place look less than disaster zone, she meant shoving laundry into semi-neat piles, wiping crumbs off the coffee table with the sleeve of her hoodie, and spraying some Febreze like it was holy water. Nimbus, of course, was no help. She found the kitten blissfully passed out in the middle of her unfolded laundry mountain on the couch, tail curled like he owned the place. Nim. Mira poked his soft side gently. His eyes cracked open, and he gave her the tiniest disgruntled trill. Disgruntled trill. Wow, that was hard. Sorry, bud, but I need to fold these. She eyed the cat hair. She eyed the cat hair coating the clothes and sighed. Or wash them again. Whatever. Nimbus blinked at her, then casually licked his paw like her words were beneath him. Such a diva, Mira snorted, scooping him up despite the sharp little mule of protest. She pressed a flurry of kisses against his furry cheek until he retaliated with a tiny nip at hers. Rude, she muttered, though she was grinning as she set him back down. A knock rattled at the door. Mira startled, glancing at Nimbus, who was already trotting toward it with his tail high, curious little ears perked. She checked the peephole. Abby. With a small inhale, she unlocked the door and pulled it open. There he was, still tall, still annoyingly broad, bags dangling from one hand like they weighed nothing, grin already plastered across his face. He looked almost the same as always, except maybe bigger. Hey, Mira muttered, stepping inside. Damn, Abby said as he strolled in. It's been a minute. You look like crap. Mira rolled her eyes, shutting the door behind him. Thanks, I know. He set the bags on the kitchen counter, humming to himself, then jolted so violently he almost dropped them. His voice cracked out in pure alarm. Oh, no, 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 no. He held up his hands like he'd just spotted a bomb. What? Mira blinked. Stay back, Abby barked, backing away. Mira followed his line of sight downward, where Nimbus was inching closer, tail wiggling like a snake about to strike. She snorted. You're afraid of a kitten? You literally played with Derpy. Derpy's different! Abby's voice cracked as he shuffled backward. This one's evil. Look at the way it's staring at me. Nimbus crouched low, pupils blown wide, rear wiggling in preparation. Evil? Mira echoed, folding her arms. That's just him being curious. Curious? That's not curious. That's bloodlust. And then Nimbus launched. Abby yelped, smacking into the counter as the kitten latched onto his pants leg, claws sinking in with determination. Oh my god, it's climbing me! It's climbing me! Abby's voice leapt as he flailed, trying to shake his leg without toppling over. Mira leaned on the counter, wheezing out a laugh. You're fine. He's just playing. Playing? He's halfway to my spleen! Abby yelped, hopping in a circle as Nimbus scaled his thigh with frightening determination. The kitten paused only to sink his teeth into fabric before scaling higher, little claws hooking into Abby's shirt. Aw, Mira cooed. He's taken a liking to you. If this is liking, I'd hate to see hating. Get him off! Abby twisted uselessly, swatting at the air. Mira finally pushed herself upright, cheeks aching from grinning. She reached over, plucking the kitten up, easy as lifting a sock off the floor. Nimbus immediately switched gears, purring like a motor as he nestled into her chest, rubbing his cheek against her chin. Mira scratched under his chin, voice softening. Good boy, Nim. You're just misunderstood. Abby gawked, rubbing his shoulder where little paw prints dotted red through the fabric. Misunderstood my ass. That thing is a demon, the literal spawn of Satan. Uh-huh. Mira smirked, turning toward the hallway with Nimbus curled against her. Meet me in the bathroom. I'll put him up somewhere safe since you're such a baby. Grumbling followed her down the hall, but Mira ignored it, carrying Nimbus into Zoe's room. She set him down in a pile of plushies. He immediately began waging war on a stuffed octopus, little paws batting furiously. That should keep you occupied. Mira kissed the top of his head before slipping out. When she returned, Abby was already putting on black gloves, bags spread across the counter. Mira leaned against the doorway, noticing something gleam under the bathroom light. Her eyes flicked to his ears. Studs. The ones she'd pierced for him months ago. You kept them in? She asked. He glanced up, confused, then touched his ear automatically. Oh, yeah. Didn't get infected or anything, so. He grinned. Plus, it makes me hotter. Mira rolled her eyes, but a tiny smile crept on her face. She hadn't realized he'd still wear them, hadn't realized something she did mattered enough to stick. Sure, she muttered, pushing off the door frame and sitting on the toilet lid, chin propped in her hand. Across the tiny bathroom, Abby rummaged through a plastic bag like it held buried treasure. Bottles clinked until he pulled one free with a triumphant grin. So, Abby said, shaking it like a prize. Same color you stole from me, right? Mira scoffed loud enough to echo in the bathroom tiles. Excuse me? Last I checked, you're the one who saw me with freshly dyed hair and copied me, like the unoriginal loser you are. Please. Abby shot her a flat look, already pouring liquid into a bowl. I had it first. You saw how good it looked and couldn't resist piggybacking. You're delusional. It's not delusion if it's true. His smugness was so thick, Mira had to resist the urge to slap the dye bowl out of his hands. Uh huh, she muttered, leaning back against the wall. Abby hummed as he stirred. Still, wild times. Remember when people thought we were siblings? Or worse, dating? That cracked a snort out of her. Yeah, like what the hell? We don't even look alike. You've got those weird, sharpie eyebrows. Abby froze, brush mid stir, insult written plain on his face. Sharpie? Yeah. Mira tilted her head, smirking. Zoe made me watch Psyche K. Of course she did. There's this guy with red hair, Kineshi or something. He had your exact eyebrows. No, he did not. Abby jabbed the brush toward her like he was pointing a weapon. His are big and pointy. Mine are. He gestured vaguely at his face. Unique, bold, powerful. Guys, Abby is gay. Mira ignored him, tapping her chin. I fell for the gay Gino and Abby propaganda. Mira ignored him, tapping her chin. No, wait. She showed me another anime too, the skateboarding one with the guy named Adam. Yeah, his eyebrows are basically yours, just blue instead of black. He threw his hands in the air. Why do you keep comparing my eyebrows to anime characters? Because it's funny, Mira said simply, smirking. And accurate. Mira! He groaned, but she just waved him off. Never mind that. Just do what you came here for. So bossy. He rolled his eyes, but the corners of his mouth twitched. By the time Mira had washed and dried her hair, she stood in front of the mirror, tilting her from side to side, taking it all in. Her roots were gone. Her hair looked sharp, clean, like her. She glanced at Abby's reflection behind her. He was grinning so wide it looked like his face might split. It was great, but she wouldn't say it out loud. Not bad, she muttered. Abby clutched his chest dramatically. Not bad. That's all I get? Zoe's better. His shoulders deflated like a balloon. You and your obsession. You sorry, that's you and your obsession with your girlfriend. Girlfriends, Mira corrected. Abby blinked. What? Right. She hadn't told him. Rumi, Jinu's bestie, Mira said casually, like she wasn't about to blow his brain open. I'm dating her too. Abby's jaw dropped so far she thought it might hit the floor. He blinked once, twice. Mira bit her lip to stop from laughing and brushed past him. Come on, don't just stand there with your mouth open. You'll catch flies. Wait, what? Since when? How? What? Abby stumbled after her, sputtering like his brain was short circuiting. Long story, Mira said, checking her phone like she didn't just casually drop relationship lore. I'll tell you another time. She pressed a hand to her stomach, frowning. Actually, want to hit the gym? I feel like that week of takeout is catching up to me. The word gym snapped Abby out of his spiral like a switch had been flipped. His eyes lit up. Gym? Heck yeah, I'm down. He rolled his shoulder, flexing his bicep for no reason. I could definitely use a pump I could definitely use a pump right about now. Mira arched a brow. Okay, Hulk. There's a gym downstairs we can use. Abby looked at her like she had just blaspheme. How would you read that? Blasphemed or blaspheme? Because it's blasphemy. Blasphemed? She had just blasphemed in 6 different languages. No, we specifically have to go to my gym. Mira blinked slowly. Why? He folded his arms, deadly serious. Because, yes. She gave him the blankest look she could muster. That's not an answer. It's the answer. Mira sighed. Whatever. Let me change before you start crying about it. Abby smirked, victorious. Knew you'd see the reason. Yeah, Mira muttered, heading for her room. Reason. They're so silly, stupid. On mine, refresh the page if it says there's only 34 chapters. This is chapter 35. Also, y'all, I'm actually gonna where's my what the hell? Oh, here it is. I need to plug my phone. They're so sibling coded. I love platonic Abby Mira. I do love platonic Huntrix and Saja boys. I'm reading along with you. Yay! You're making it better with the voices. Yay! I'm glad. Do y'all like my Abby voice? I was like, I need to go even lower. I need to go even lower than Mira. Oh my god, come down, come down. Thank you. That was my intention. Thank you. Thank you. Abby voice is peak. I love your Abby voice chat. Thank you. I was like, oh, we gotta like make it really like oh. Wait, how am I gonna fit this over here? Fuck y'all. Oh shit. Will this work? Will this work? Oh god. No, that's not gonna work. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Keep chatting. You're such a good one. Guys, thank you. I felt so what is it? What is the word? Mm, what's the word? Anyways, I was just glad that you liked the scene yesterday and when the sky breaks west. Everyone was like, I'm crying, stop. I'm crying. And I'm like, oh guys, thank you. I'm glad it didn't sound fake. Because that's always my worry, especially with like sad panic, like sad scenes, like very heavy sad scenes. I don't want it to sound fake. Um, but it seemed like it worked out. So I was happy about that. I'm gonna put this over here. I just started that story. I actually saw up to that girl. Guys, guys. Thank you. Oh my god. How do you feel knowing you made me cry on those Rumi chapters? Oh god, guys, fucking Celine. Listen, at least with the Rumi chapters, I was like, Salim might be bad, but Rumi's dad is even worse. So, okay. Oh, this is great. This is great actually. Lovely. Y'all are going to be real close to me, so back up just a little. If I can make you back up. Shit. I might not be able to. Hi. Oh, I have so much shit on here. Come closer to me. You come closer to me so I don't have to. Y'all, this is a struggle. Hashtag struggling. Yay. Artie Angel, I'm proud of you. You come so far and you're doing so well with these lives. I love you, Red. Rumi's dad don't even. I was sobbing at Mia. Oh God, Miyang. Oh, how is this the first time I'm watching your live? You're so cool. Thank you. Sorry, we're in your personal space. You're good. Wait, backs up for you. Theater kids can so anything can do anything. I tell. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, theater kid over here. Oh, this is Two's Company, Augie. This is Two's Company, chapter 35. Because we're so back. We're actually like so fucking back. We're like so fucking back. Uh, I agree as a theater kid myself. Artie's amazing. Wait, guys, you're stop it right now. Guys, I haven't been that like I've never felt that accepted my theater community because like I do theater, but I've never been like the person to get like cast as like the main roles and like all that shit. And I'm like, this is why I love doing lives because I can do anything I want and I can like play around. And you're blushing harder than Mira. Wow, you guys keep complimenting me. What can I do? Anyways, thank you guys. Like I genuinely mean that. Like these lives have been really, really nice to do for me personally. It's just like one, it's good practice. Two, it's making me realize that I can like do shit, you know? Meh. I can keep going. Abby voice, Abby voice. Oh, I still stand on that. Artie needs an Oscar. Did you know that getting an Oscar, like the chances of someone getting an Oscar is lower than winning the lottery? That is a fact. Oh, lucky cheese for you, Artie. So let me get this straight. You have not one but two girlfriends? Abby's voice carried louder than necessary as the two of them stepped into the gym. Mira took it in. The gym had a sleek and a new look to it, all polished chrome and glass. The smell of sanitizer just barely masking the scent of sweat and rubber mats. The sound of treadmills hummed in the distance. The bass of generic pop songs thumping through the speakers, along with weights clanging against the ground with a satisfying metallic crash. For the thousandth time, yes, Mira groaned, pressing her fingers into her forehead, already feeling an oncoming headache. Abby still looked like his brain couldn't comprehend as he scanned them as he scanned them in, having a free guest pass, and let the way further in. I just don't get it. You're mean. You're grouchy. What else? Oh, you actively tried to murder me at least twice. To you, Mira huffed, dropping her bag beside a bench. Oh my god. She bent into her first stretch, her movements sharp and efficient. I swear this is some kind of lesbian sorcery, Abby declared, peeling off his shirt without hesitation. Mira made a face, noise wrinkling in disgust. Seriously? We just walked in here. What? He grinned at his own reflection, posing shamelessly. If you had this bod, you'd be showing off too. Fuck. Well, I'm glad I don't, she muttered under her breath, tugging an arm across her chest in a stretch. Abby ignored her, puffing up his chest, pecs bouncing like he was some kind of male bird performing a mating call. Always start with a preflex workout. You see that pec pop? Mira snorted so loud it turned a few heads. Pecs my ass. Those are man boobs. You should be shopping for a bra. Oh my god. They're so funny. Jealous because mine are bigger. Abby teased, cocky grin plastered across his face. She scoffed and shoved his shoulder. And if I stuck a needle on one of those, I bet it would pop like a balloon. No, I just start bleeding all over you. Blood on your hands forever, he said dramatically, like he was narrating a horror movie trailer. Wouldn't be the first time, Mira muttered without thinking, eyes flicking away. Abby turned to make another quip, but paused. His gaze dropped lower, eyes narrowing. Wait, what the hell? Wait, what the hell? Mira? Wait, what? Mira followed his line of sight. She had a sports bra on, so nothing covered up the jagged scar across her stomach. Of course, he doesn't know. Her throat tightened. Right. When did you? Long story short, I got stabbed. She said flatly. That's crazy to drop on someone like that. Long story short, I got stabbed, she said flatly, scratching the back of her neck as if she was saying something casual, not dropping a bomb. Abby blinked once, twice, three times. His face went slack, like he was trying to reset his brain. I'm sorry, you what? Got stabbed, she repeated. He just stared. When was this? Mira brushed her fingertips over the scar, lips pressing into a thin line as she swallowed. Like 2 months ago? 2 months! His voice cracked, pacing 2 steps away, hands on his hips, then spun back around. 2 months ago? Mira, 2 months? And you didn't think to tell me? Mira dragged a hand down her face. It was a lot going on at the time. I got so caught up in everything I didn't want to air it out there and make it all a big deal. A big deal? You were almost killed and you didn't think to mention it? His voice pitched higher, as high as it can be, higher as he ran a hand through his hair, backing away. Unbelievable. You could have been. He cut himself off, jaw tightening. You could have been dead and I wouldn't have ever known. Guilt prickled sharp in her chest. She shifted uncomfortably. I know. I'm sorry, okay? Abby blew out a heavy breath, shaking his head. Man, getting stabbed isn't some walk in the park. His gaze snapped back to her, sharp with worry as he searched her face. You're okay though, right? Like, actually okay? She hesitated, lifting a shoulder. Kinda, Mira muttered. It, yeah, it fucked me up. Still does. But I'm here, breathing, whatever. I'll. She waved a hand, restless. I'll explain later, not right now. Abby narrowed his eyes, still watching her like she might vanish if he blinked too long. Promise? Mira forced a small, tired smile. Promise. He held her gaze for a moment before nodding, shoulders loosening a fraction. Then, true to Abby fashion, he broke the tension with, You know, if I'd been there, I could have taken the hit for you. I could have flexed so the knife would have bounced off me. Mira rolled her eyes so hard they almost hurt. They almost hurt. Please shut up before I test that theory myself. All love, Abby said brightly, flexing again. More like all annoyance, Mira muttered, but her lips twitched despite herself. Anyway, Abby clapped his hands together, revving to get started. What are we doing first? Mira rolled her neck until it popped. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm starting with cardio. She nodded towards the treadmills, a few people already on them. Abby groaned like she just suggested tax paperwork. Still, he trailed after her, climbing onto the treadmill beside hers. Cardio, the bane of my existence. But fine. I guess you can't skip it. Mira hit start, easing into a light jog. She usually managed to do it for 20 minutes, but her body reminded her it was not the same as before. Running on greasy takeout and stress for weeks clearly did a number. It wasn't too long before her lungs started to protest, legs already aching. She forced her breathing into steady, even counts, pretending it wasn't killing her. She flicked her gaze sideways. Abby didn't seem to be doing any better either. His face was beet red, like he was seconds away from popping a blood vessel, jaw clenched like he was fighting for his life, sweat dripping down his temple. Mira let out a quiet snort, her lips twitching. Misery sure loved company. If misery loves company. Okay. He lasted only 10 minutes before dramatically hitting the stop button and staggering off. That's enough for me, he panted, fanning himself with a towel. Wait, my true calling. Coward, Mira muttered, though her lungs burned enough that she was tempted to tap out too. Instead, she slowed down the speed, switching over to a brisk walk for a cool down, sweat rolling down her temple and soaking into her bra. Um, yeah. When her legs finally felt like jelly, she decided it was time for her to get off, padding over to the weight racks, finding Abby on a bench with a 35-pound dumbbell in one hand, of course. He was in the middle of a concentrated curl, veins standing out along his arm as he grunted through each rep. What set are you on? Mira asked, dropping onto the bench next to him, rummaging in her gym bag for her water. Second, his face pinched as he lowered the weight with deliberate slowness. Mira hummed, unscrewing her bottle and taking a long, very much needed sip. She wiped her forehead with the back of her arm, catching her reflection in the giant wall mirror. She was flushed. A few stubborn strands of her hair had broken free of her ponytail and clung to her damp forehead. For once, she didn't look awful. There was something sharp about it. The sweat made her cheekbones stand out. Her arms looked toned in the harsh gym light. An idea tugged at her lips. Maybe, just maybe, she could send Zoe and Rumi a little proof of life. She stood, phone in hand, and tilted her body just so. A casual pose in the mirror, a glint of sweat catching on her collarbone, the line of her arm flexed in a way that was flattering but still effortless. The first photo looked good, but she paused. The scar, white and angry across her side of her stomach, cutting through the picture like a crack in glass. Her throat tightened, lips pressing thin. The mirror version of her suddenly looked weaker, wrong. She swallowed hard, adjusting, angled her body again so only her right side showed this time, the scar no longer in view. Snap. Better. Cleaner. She exhaled through her nose, telling herself it wasn't that deep. It was just a scar. No one needed to see it. Ugh. She checked the preview, only to spot Abby in the background, posing with a ridiculous side tricep flex, face scrunched in effort like he was auditioning for a bodybuilding competition. Mira scoffed aloud. You photobombed me. Abby glanced at her through the mirror, smug. Correction, I enhanced that picture. You're welcome. She rolled her eyes, but her lips twitched. Opening their group chat, she sent the photo anyway, along with a simple text. Thruple trouble! Mira, 3:45 p.m. Wait, what? Sorry, I just saw the comment. What are you guys talking about? Wait, what are you guys? Okay, so who else saw the live performance of Golden? I played the live performance of Golden on Jimmy Fallon in the beginning of this live, so the fact that EJ was recovering from bronchitis and she still hit those people are so people are stupid about EJ. She did so good and people dare to hate like yeah. I already love water break. I have no water left. Oh, That will be my water break. People are being like, "Oh, they wouldn't have sounded as bad if they were singing in the original key." And I'm like, "Girly Pop is recovering from bronchitis and still sounds amazing. Fuck you." Oh my god, ZC is here. I never see you on these lives. Hi. What's up? Okay. We're in the should I go get water right now? She sounded so good. I'll get some water and then I'll read the chat, the group chat in the fic. Bad. I love how the lower key sounds. It's so good. And like the way it during the bridge it goes down to like I think it goes down to a D3, which is so awesome. It's like no more hiding. No, that's the original key. Uh anyways, I don't remember, but it goes down to a D3 and it sounded so good on her voice, like with the breathiness. EJ, my queen. I'll get some water and I'll be back. I got water. Yeah, no more hiding, I'll be shining. It goes down there. It sounds so good. Anyways, thank you, Red. EJ is releasing her own single. Everyone pre-save her single. Everyone pre-save her single right now. Get out of this live and pre-save. Well, you can do it later too. But everyone pre-save her single. I'm so excited for her. I'm so excited for her. Love EJ. She is so. Toss is in fact in the chat, so we'll keep going. Thruple trouble. Woo! Mira, 3:45 p.m. Decide to hit the gym today. You're welcome. Also, don't mind the loser in the background. Image 23 IMG 2391 JPEG. Her thumb hovered over the screen a bit after sending. The scar still nagged at her, like it was screaming from the corner of the photo, even though she'd angled it out. Maybe they'd notice. Maybe they'd. Her phone buzzed. Okay. Oh, I wasn't prepared for the Korean here. I'll look up what this means. Because okay. Aww, wait, this is so cute. Now, oh, how am I gonna read this? Naoi Gonju? Is that how you Naoi? Naoi Gonju translates to my princess. Naoi Gonju, Egia, Purple Heart. So this is Rumi, 3:46 p.m. this your photos, Toss. Actually, I need to show the photos because Toss's use of photos needs to be studied. Like Toss's meme collection needs to be studied. So I'm gonna flip camera so you can see it's this one. I still can't believe I actually pulled you. I'm thankful every day. You're beautiful, Mira. I love you so much. Red heart. Mira's lips parted, heart tightening. She gripped her water bottle tighter, rereading the words. She could almost hear Rumi's voice in them, soft, sure, grounding. Buzz. Naoi jagan gobugi? Yobo. I'm gonna translate. So that was my princess, and this is my turtle. Very cute. Very cute. Aw. So cutie. I'm talking about it. I still don't know what I just busted all over my screen. Very predictable of Zoe. I'm gonna turn it around because I think that's all the pictures, but that's all the memes. But I just wanted to show them because they're important. Did I fucking break this? Did I fucking break this just now? Sorry, y'all. Did I break this? Did I just break my stand? No. Okay, I think we're back. The princess, the turtle, and the knight. Anyways, I just busted all over my screen. That's Zoe. Mira choked on her sip of water. Abby glanced over at her, concerned. She turned sharply away, face hot. Now jagan yobugi yobo. This is Zoe. 3:47 p.m. Mira, you're so hot. Please give me a chance. I wish you could. I wish you could put a baby in me. My ride's here, guys. Mira, can I ride you instead, please? Please, please, please. Now jagan yobugi yobo. 3:48 p.m. Sorry, guys. I think I'm ovulating. Call you Rihanna with the way that sweat is glistening on your skin like diamonds in the sky. Broken heart emoji. Would it be crazy if I made a song about it? Naoi Gonju Egia Rumi, 3:49 p.m. That wouldn't be crazy. Mira, 3:50 p.m. Red Heart. I'm mispronouncing all of these. Naoi Jagun Yobo. Yeah, oh my god. Naoi Jagun Gobugi Yobo Zoe. 3:50 p.m. That's it? Just a heart? I bear my ovulating soul to you, and this is what I get? Naoi Gonju Egia, 3:51 p.m. Ignore her. She's dramatic. I already claimed you. Naoi Jagun Gobugi, 3:51 p.m. Greedy? She's being greedy. I'm simply appreciating my girlfriend in her raw, sweaty form. Like, please, crush me under your sneakers. Mira buried her face in her towel to muffle her laugh. Abby frowned mid-rep. What's so funny? Nothing. She snapped too quickly, fumbling to type. She want that cookie bad. Like bad, bad, bad. Mira, 3:52 p.m. You two are unbearable. But I love you too. Um oh, I'll keep reading it. I want to read it how it is. Naoi Gonju Egia, 3:53 p.m. That's all I needed today. Like teary eye emoji and red heart emoji. Naoi Jagan Gobugi, 3:53 p.m. And me? Mira, 3:53 p.m. Yes, Zoe, I love you too. Naoi Jagun Gobugi, 3:54 p.m. Smiley face. That's more like it. Mira's phone buzzed again, but this time she locked the screen fast, clutching her phone tight like it might combust. The smile pulling at the corner of her lips wouldn't leave, though. Abby eyed her, smirking knowingly as he caught her expression in the mirror. So that's what got you grinning like a dope? Mira shoved him off the bench without hesitation. Shut up before I hit you. Little aggressive there, lovebird, Abby teased, laughing as she shot him a sharp glare, though it didn't give the same effect it used to after a while. They're so thirsty, and good for them. No, thirsty Polytrix is normal Polytrix, and we need more thirsty Polytrix. Okay. I'm gonna pull this a bit more, y'all. Come down. Okay. Sorry, still doing more setup stuff. Don't pull over there. Don't pull. No. Hi, y'all. I mean, look at them. How could they not be thirsty? No, like literally. Guys, when am I gonna get 2 hot girlfriends? When? When is it gonna be my turn, y'all? Oh my god, come over here. I think that's a bit better. Okay. They're all so fine. Okay, yeah. Artie, I'm pretty sure you have more than 2. I feel like being this close. I'm getting Artie cuddles. I'll give you cuddles anytime, Red. Artie, I volunteer. Oh my god. People are lighting up for me. I appreciate y'all. Let me I brought my Brita, but I didn't fill my water, so let me drink some water and I'll continue. But I'm a cold cheese wheel. Of course you can give me a mental hug. Is it weird that I wish I was Polly? No, it's not. I guess it's not. I already sent Reef bicep pics. Let's go. Morgan, are you in the Discord? I'm not keeping up with the Discord like before y'all. I usually just don't have the time, but I just can't. I thought I just wished for a while. Turns out I just am. Period. Period, girl. I am already. I see. I see. Everyone there also has like nicknames, so I can never really tell. So, yeah. Okay, I'll keep going. Mira, Mira, Mira. Mira, Mira on my phone. Mira, Mira on my computer. Time for more depression. Mira kept people at arm's length. Always had. It was easier that way. High school was where she perfected it. Sharp edges for armor, a smirk, a jab, a shrug whenever she bent her rule. It was all part of the mask. She acted out against her parents, not because she wanted to be a delinquent, but because it was the only way they ever looked at her. If she couldn't be their perfect child, then fine, she'd be their problem instead, and problems couldn't be ignored. People steered clear of her in the halls. She walked around with her chin held high, eyes daring anyone to meet them. The whispers, the rolled eyes, the comments scribbled in bathroom stalls. She acted like none of it touched her. At least that's what she told herself. Though some days she almost believed it. She was a short fuse, live wire. People reduced her to her worst version of herself, to the worst version of herself. Vermin of a fox no one would ever see differently. Fights piled up like trophies, detention slips like confetti, bad habits stuck just to feel like she existed somewhere. Now she was under the bleachers, back against the metal beam, watching kids sprint after a soccer ball like it meant survival. Sweat and grass stains just sweat and grass stains just to go back to the class rank couldn't be her. The counselor said it was a core credit anyway. She scoffed just thinking about it. Cigarette between her, she brought it to her lips and took a long drag, letting it fill her lungs before blowing the smoke up into the air. The familiar buzz and burn rolled through her body like a slow sigh, loosening the tightness in her shoulders. It wasn't the nicotine she cared about. The taste was bitter, the smoke harsh, and it never made her feel edgy or grown up. She did it because her parents had drawn such a hard line against it. The rebellion felt small, but somehow necessary. And honestly, that was reason enough. She was already a fuck up. What was one more problem stacked on top of the rest? It wasn't like anyone expected much better from her anyway. Just thinking of them made the muscles in her jaw tighten. She shifted her weight against the grass, irritation flaring up in her chest again. It was crazy how just thinking about her parents could piss her off. They had a way of draining the joy out of literally everything, like a secret dementor or some shit. Mira snorted at the mental image. Her mother and father floating through the living room in tattered robes, yelling about missed chores. Honestly, accurate. Cheers from the field snapped her out of it. Some guy had just stolen the ball and was sprinting for glory, going for the highlight reel. She watched, unimpressed, until he tried to show off with some flashy footwork and completely ate shit. Face first. A chorus of loud oohs followed right after, sealing the guy's social doom for the rest of the year. Mira laughed. Okay, maybe PE wasn't a total waste. Miss Hong? And just like that, She hated it again. Shit. She took a quick sniff to check if the smell was obvious, then dropped the cig and stomped it out with the heel of her shoe. She didn't even need to turn around. She already knew who was coming. Mr. Coe, or as she liked to call him, no, know it all Newt. Know it all Newt. Know it all not. Know it all not. Newt? Not? Know it all not? She called him that because he always thought he was two steps ahead of everybody, like he had this built-in trouble radar, which would be hilarious if he didn't make it his life's mission to crawl up Mira's ass every time she so much blinked sideways. And also because when he got mad, his lips would jut out in this ridiculous way that of one of reminded her of that one cartoon with the penguin. Hence, Newt. Got you. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Honestly, if she didn't know any better, she'd think the man got off on making students miserable. And for some reason, she was his favorite target. Were you smoking again? This is the third time. Mira turned around with a lazy shrug. I wasn't. See? She held up both hands like that would do anything. Mr. Coe squinted at her like she had personally offended him. But I saw it. There was smoke. I know what I saw. She smirked, jamming her hands into her pockets. Or maybe you didn't. When was your last eye exam? I think you should look into that. Better safe than sorry. That seemed to hit a nerve because it made his face turn the color of raw meat. His lips did the little twitchy thing they always did when he was about to explode. God. She said one sentence and she said one sentence and he would start frothing at the mouth like a rabid chihuahua. My eyes are perfectly fine, he snapped. Don't try your little tricks on me, Mira. I know your games. Right. She dragged the word out, completely deadpan. Because I've got nothing better to do than plan elaborate smoke illusions. You know what? That's it. Come with me. You're getting written up and assigned detention. Mira rolled her eyes so hard it gave her a headache. Oh no, not another write up. She followed him inside with zero urgency, dragging her feet like a cartoon sloth. Guess I'll just add it to the collection. Mr. Coe launched into some speech about her attitude problem and repeated behavior, but she wasn't listening. If she had to hear one more lecture about how she was wasting her potential, she'd fake a seizure just to get out of it. She half watched his mouth move, amused by how worked up he was. There it goes again, that little lip curl. He must have heard her stifle a laugh because he whipped around, face wild. What's so funny? Mira shook her head, barely hiding her grin. Nothing, she muttered, dropping her eyes to the floor. Nothing at all. He turned back, still grumbling. She waited a beat, then whispered under her breath, Newt, Newt. The laugh bubbled out of her throat before she could stop it. That's when she caught the voices from behind. Boys loitering at the lockers, talking loud enough to sting. Man, she's pathetic. Always acting hard when her parents can't even stand her. You should have seen it. Her mom went in on her that one time, called her a waste. Honestly, she deserved it. Bitch acts like nobody can touch her. Her footsteps slowed. Her jaw tightened. Foxes were always mistaken for being prideful. People see teeth and call it arrogance. They never stop to wonder if it's just the one just they never stop to wonder if it's just the only defense left. God. These animal comparisons always fucking get me because I'm like, that's how they see themselves as. Anyway, the laughter from the boys grew louder, uglier. Mira's chest throbbed with heat. Her blood hummed in her ears like warning growls. She turned, walked toward them. The taller one sneered when he noticed. What, gonna glare at me to death? Say it again, Mira said, her voice low and clipped. He smirked, leaning back against the locker like this was a game. Which part? The waist part or the pathetic part? The other boy snorted. Maybe both. Guess the apple doesn't fall far when even your mom can't stand you. Then, crack! The sound echoed sharp and final. One of the boys stumbled back, clutching his face, blood spilling fast between his fingers. His eyes went wide, watering as he groaned. Mira stood over him, knuckles aching, pulse steady in her throat. The fox huffed through its snout, sharp breath in cold air. Better to be feared than dismissed. Better to bare your teeth than be skinned alive. And Mira? She bared hers every damn time. Bye, ZC. Good night. Oh my god. I want Fox, Mira, Bunny, Zoe, hunting dog, roomy motif. Stop. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh my god. Bye. I want to draw them so bad. I saw from the fact Mira is amazing and her parents are mean. Yeah. Wah. Um, family shit. Family shit does get me. Oh god, the fox motif. Oh god, it keeps going. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Okay. What was her mom's voice again? Oh, sorry. Let me check the YouTube comments. Hi. Oh no. Oh no. Oopsie. I had to remove someone. Get me to the hospital. You have to live through it like I had to. How many times do we have to go over this with you? Sorry. Is that her voice? What was her voice? How do I do like Celine-esque voice? Okay. How many times do we have to go over this with you? Her mother's voice cracked through the air like a whip, rattling the glass picture frames on the wall. Her jaw was tight, lips curled back, eyes burning with fury. What is wrong with you? Mira's heart slammed so violently against her ribs it bled through her ears, drowning out everything else. Something was wrong with her. Of course, something was wrong with her. But at least she was being seen. That was all that mattered. Even the fury was better than nothing. Her mother's face twisted like she was spitting poison. It's gotten to the point where I can't do this with you anymore. Me or your father. You're a disgrace to to this family and to its name, Mira. The words landed like a blade, cleaving through the fragile defenses Mira had built up. Her breath caught. Slowly, desperately, she turned to her father, waiting, hoping, begging in silence for him to cut in, for him to defend her, for him to say something. But he just stood stiff, arms crossed, gaze locked on the far wall, like she wasn't even in the room, like she wasn't even worth the effort of eye contact. Invisible. That hurt more than anything. Alexa, play Pavlov by Fall Out Boy. If I can bring up Fall Out Boy, I will. You are not welcome here anymore. The air vanished from her lungs. Her ears rang. Heat prickled through her skin as her body shook like the floor had dropped out from under her. That might have been her mom actually. I might have messed that up. It's okay. Foxes usually nurtured their kits. They hunted for them, sheltered them, taught them to survive. But this fox was being shunned, cast out into the cold before it had even learned how to stand on its own. You're just going to say you're just going to let her say that? Mira's voice cracked, raw and disbelieving, ricocheting against the walls of the house that suddenly didn't feel like hers. Seriously? Nothing. Her father's silence, her mother's steel, the heavy, absolute finale. They were serious. Mira's throat tightened until she could barely breathe. Tears blurred her vision. Mom. The word slipped out unsteady, foreign on her tongue. She never used it, always kept the distance of mother. But maybe, just maybe, if she reached for mom, it would mean something. Maybe it would crack open a heartstring. The fox tucked its tail low, ears pressed flat, body bent in submission. See? It wasn't a threat. It was small, harmless. If it groveled enough, maybe it would be allowed to stay. But her mother turned her face away. Something inside Mira snapped. She stumbled forward, chest heaving, clutching at her mother's shirt like a lifeline. Her fingers dug into the fabric, trembling so hard they left creases. I'll, I'll be good. I promise. I won't cause trouble anymore. I can be good. Her mother stood rigid, unmoved. Tears poured hot down Mira's face, choking her words. Please, please don't do this. Don't throw me away. I'll change, I swear. I'll do whatever you want. Just don't send me away. Oma! The word cracked out of her throat for the first time in years, desperate, shattered. Oma. But her mother's jaw only tightened. She didn't flinch, didn't soften, just shook her head. Mira's chest caved in. Why wasn't it working? Why didn't it work? Her breaths came shallow, broken, every inhale burning like glass. She clutched harder, voice shrill, humiliating, begging past all dignity. Why? Why don't you love me? Her body shook with sobs, words tumbling over each other in frantic gasps. I'm your daughter! I'm yours! Why isn't that enough? The fox spun in frantic circles in the dirt, tail low, yipping high and desperate. Look, see? It could be harmless. It could perform tricks. It could roll on its back and bare its stomach. It could learn. It could earn love. But the fox's teeth had grown in too sharp. Its snarls had left too many wounds. No one believed its pleading anymore. Too wild. Too late. Please, Mira sobbed, voice breaking as she clung to her mother like she could anchor herself in place. Don't send me away. Don't make me go. I'll be better. I swear I'll be better. Her mother's silence sliced deeper than any yelling ever could. Her father still wouldn't look at her. And Mira realized, finally, that they meant it. That the fox wasn't family. It was a mistake. Mira left that night with nothing but a duffel bag and the cash from her part time job. The hotel she found wasn't much buzzing fluorescent lights that flickered overhead, curtains that never closed all the way. The air carried the sour blend of bleach and cigarettes, and the mattress dipped like it had been tired for decades. Still, it was hers. A keycard with her room number, a bed she could claim without anyone yelling her off it. Four walls that belonged to her, if only for the night. At first, the silence felt freeing. No footsteps pacing outside her door, no muffled shouting bleeding through the walls. Just quiet. But the longer it stretched, the heavier it grew. The hum of the air conditioner turned into something sharp, buzzing in her ears. Every creak of the building made her jolt like someone was about to barge in. She double checked the lock 3 times before sitting on the edge of the bed. Her hands wouldn't stop shaking. She tried the TV, but the voices felt too loud, too fake. She turned it off again, leaving herself with nothing but her own thoughts. That was worse. The image of her father's turned back, her mother's voice, flat, final. Get out. And the slam of the door, echoing over and over until she thought it might split her chest in two. She curled over the mattress, clutching the pillow tight to her stomach, told herself she wasn't going to cry. She'd promised herself she was done crying over them. But the tears came anyway, hot and ugly, soaking into scratchy pillowcase fabric until exhaustion dragged her under. It was a week of that same silence every night before her parents called, told her she could come home. No apology, no softness, just a statement, like a leash being pulled taut. So she went back, but the damage had already been done, engraved into her. Even acting out, even burning down every bridge she could find, hadn't made them see her. Not really. So Mira built walls instead. That prickly armor of sharp remarks and eye rolls she used hardened into something colder. Blank stares, silence sharp enough to cut. She learned not to give anyone the chance to prove she wasn't worth a chance. Better to let them bounce off her walls than carve her open again. That was fine with her, or so she told herself. We have to kill these motherfuckers. Every live I say the same thing. We have to kill them so bad. We have to torture them so bad. Hello. Hi, Chris. I didn't even think. Wait, what happened? What happened? You brought it up. Wait, what happened? Stop this madness. What happened? Oh, get out. Isn't that exactly what she told Rumi and Zoe? Stop this madness. You did this. The parallels are paralleling. You brought it up. Yeah. Man. I didn't even think. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes that happens to us. Mm, mm, mm. Ugh. Cycles of behavior, guys. Is anyone talking about cycles of behavior? Is anyone talking about that? Is anyone talking about that? Why are we threatening Tossin here? So, oh my god, I just saw Rachel's comment. Are they rich enough in this big to justify killing? I bet so. I bet so. I forget are Zoe's parents normal in this fic? They are normal in this one. We like Zoe's parents in this one. Yeah. Crashing out in the Discord and here right now. I'm sobbing. I joined for chaos. Oh boy, I love y'all. Cycles, yes. So how we feeling? Generational trauma. Oh, psychology lesson with Artie. Am I gonna get banned? No, 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 no. You're not gonna get banned. I'm just like, damn. Fuck, man. No, it was the chapter where when her sewing machine got broken. Oh, I see. That's true. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Um, it's been a while, Toss. It's been a while, so I do appreciate the reminders. Yeah. When her sewing machine got broken, that's when she first did it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh god. Fucking fox metaphor. Fucking animal metaphors. It was subtle, so I don't think many people got it. No, but I remember it though. I remember it though. Mira being the fox. First, we get Mira being the black cat. Now we get Mira being the fox. Then we get Rumi being the hunting dog. I'm gonna go crazy, y'all. I'm gonna go crazy with these animal motifs. Like, okay. Some people were born into privilege, money, status, all the things a rich family could provide. Something that Mira knew she had. So we can kill her parents. We can kill her parents, in fact. Um, but she had been born without the only thing that mattered: affection, love. That was who she was through the rest of high school into college. A shadow with teeth, untouchable, unreachable. A shadow with teeth is so good. That's so good. Until Zoe, she saw right through her. They shared a class freshman year. Mira had always staked out a spot in the back corner, earbuds in, writing down the notes on the screen. She was a ghost in her own seat, daring anyone to call her out. Then she felt it, a tap on her shoulder. Mira pulled out an earbud, already scowling, and turned. A girl was smiling at her, soft and sheepish, brown eyes just as bright and warm like late summer sun, freckles scattered across her cheeks like someone had painted them there by hand. Her grin wasn't smug, wasn't fake. It was just earnest. Sorry to bother you, she said, holding up empty hands. But do you have a spare pen? I left mine in my dorm room. Mira stared at her, long and hard. She could have said no. Should have said no. The syllabus made it clear. Students were expected to come prepared, and this girl had never done anything for her. Why should she? But her eyes, the way she looked at me like she was actually there, not a problem, not a nuisance, not invisible, just there. We so are playing Pavlov at the end of the stream. So Mira handed her a pen, her only pen. Thank you. The girl's smile brightened, brushing her fingers lightly against Mira's as she took it. Mira's chest tightened unexpectedly. Later, she'd learn her name, Zoe. And from that point on, Zoe decided that was all the excuse she needed to talk to her. Little comments during lecture, casual questions, small pieces of herself handed out like candy. Mira didn't humor her. Well, not at first, at least. Half the time, she couldn't even tell if Zoe was talking to her or just thinking out loud. So she shrugged it off and went back to her music. But there were moments, very small and stupid moments, that cracked something Mira didn't realize was still capable of breaking, chipping away at her walls piece by piece. I love Zomira origin stories. I love them so much. Like we got obviously we had like this flashback. We got the if it's nice doing do it thrice dance lessons origin story. I love all the different versions of different Zomira origin stories. This is so sweet. They're so everything. It's just Zoe being like, "Hi, we're friends now," and as she is, you know. Ah, their first kiss, I died. I died during that one. Like Toss knows, but like Mira spoke in English and I died. I passed away. Thanks, it was Jamie. Wait, what? Girl had one pen acting like she's prepared. Wah. It's so cute. Thank you, Techie. Oh my god. I was on the stream for the first kiss scene and I died too. I collapsed onto my bed and it is clipped, you can see it, but I was like, she spoke English for her. But this is very sweet. I love like the thing is the reason why I keep being in I keep saying like I am a Mira Moon because I'm also like I do well with extroverts. I'm not an extrovert, so like when extroverts come up to me and are like, "We're friends now," I'm like, "Awesome." So I'm Mira in that way. Wait. Uh, my sister heard me scream. Doodling fox, hunting dog, and bunny to drop in chat. Are you able to drop photos in the chat? I don't think in the Discord chat. Please drop it on Twitter too, so I can retweet it. We all died. I'm an extrovert. Let's be friends. Yay. That is basically how I become friends with people. Like I'll be with extroverts. I'm an INFP, so I get along with ENFPs really well. And people will just be like, "We're friends now." And I'm like, "Yippee." I don't know how any of this works, but yippee. Can a Zoe make friend with me too? I'll give them my only pen too. You my friend now. We're having stuffed tacos later. When we can all be friends. We can all be friends. Sorry for the baby speak. It just happens. Mira slid into her usual seat. Sorry, I'm just gonna keep going. I wanna find out more. Mira slid into her usual seat, dropping her bag with a thud. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Zoe perking up, bright smile already in place. Hey, you weren't here yesterday. Zoe leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. Mira blinked, pulling her notebook out like a shield. Didn't feel well. She muttered it too quickly, like it was an afterthought, regretting it immediately. She never gave people information like that, but it was already out. Zoe's smile softened, dimming but not disappearing. Oh, I hope you're feeling better. Oh, wait. She reached into her bag, shuffling through papers. You missed a lot of notes. I took some for you here. Cutie! Before Mira could object, a neatly stapled packet slid across the desk toward her. The pages were covered in small, messy, but tight handwriting. Not just transcribed lectures, paragraphs, arrows, highlights, annotations Mira wouldn't have thought to add herself. She stared down at it, then slowly lifted her eyes back up to Zoe. Zoe scratched the back of her neck, sheepish but pleased. I noticed you usually write things word for word, so I thought maybe this would help since you learn by writing, right? Mira froze. She hadn't told anyone that, hadn't hinted, and yet Zoe noticed. I'm dying. Oh my god. Her throat went tight, too tight. A sharp defense rose up before she could stop it. Why would you do this? I didn't ask for it. Her tone came out harsher than she intended, barbed like wire. The fox bared its fangs at the hand that fed it. I don't need your pity. Zoe blinked, taken aback for a fraction of a second. Then she smiled again. Thank you. Warm, unbothered. I know, she shrugged lightly. I just wanted to. Mira's stomach twisted. She couldn't understand it, couldn't wrap her head around why someone would go out of their way like this. The only explanation her brain allowed was pity, and the thought made her skin crawl. You think I can't keep up? That I'm not capable of writing my own notes? She shoved the packet back across the desk, voice dropping low and sharp. I don't need your charity. Oh my god, Mira, no. The fox clamped its jaw down tight on the hand, teeth pressing against flesh. A warning. Stay back. Zoe didn't flinch. She just watched Mira, steady, then suddenly let out a snort of laughter. She tried to cover her mouth, but it bubbled out anyway, shaking her shoulders. Mira bristled, heat prickling her neck. What the hell is so funny? I'm sorry. Zoe wheezed between chuckles, wiping her eyes. But the way you said that, you sound exactly like this angsty teen from a drama I watched last semester. It's kind of adorable. Mira blinked, caught off guard. Adorable? Zoe propped her cheek against her hand, gaze fixed on Mira like she was the most fascinating thing in the room. I didn't take notes because I think you're helpless. I just thought if it were me, I'd want someone to notice. That's all. Her voice was simple, almost too simple, like it was the most obvious truth in the world. The hand didn't recoil, even after the bite between sharp teeth, brushing against the fox's canines with the gentle fingers. It only pulled away to ruffle the fur, like the bite was nothing more than affection. Mira's heart stuttered. She sat frozen, her usual retorts slipping from her grasp. She didn't know what to do with something like that, being noticed, being considered, without strings attached. For the first time in a long time, the fox didn't know whether to bite again or lean into the touch. After that, Zoe had somehow managed to worm her way to Mira's heart, the one two sizes too small, shriveled from years of being dry of what it really needed. Not Mira being the Grinch. And then, like she'd smuggled in a pump, she started filling it back up slowly, carefully, drop by drop. Mira didn't know what to do with it. All she knew was that she wanted more. Her body craved it. She found herself leaning unconsciously into Zoe's touches. The girl gave them freely, brushes of hands, leaning shoulders, an arm linked through hers like it was nothing. Mira wasn't used to it. She thought she'd hate it, but instead, she was beginning to love it, cherish it like it was something sacred. Zoe's dorm was small but warm, a desk littered with colored textbooks, a half burnt candle on the window ledge, a blanket thrown haphazardly on the bed, along with a small collection of little plants. Mira sat on the edge, and Zoe immediately flopped down beside her like gravity had pulled her there. No hesitation, no personal space. Her legs draped over Mira's lap as though that was where they belonged. A grin tugged at her lips as she balanced a bowl between them. "Is there a reason you're this close to me?" Mira muttered, voice flat but edged with something that wasn't quite annoyance. Zoe squished her cheek against Mira's shoulder. "Because you're cuddleable." Mira blinked, heart hammering in her chest, but she didn't push her away. She didn't want to. She wondered if this was what being cared for always felt like. "That isn't even a word," she muttered. "Well, it is to me," Zoe huffed, poking a finger at her side and grinning when it made her twitch. "You're such a weirdo, Mir." She chuckled, lifting the bowl with a little flourish. "Look, I decide to make them how you like them, peeled grapes. And honestly, they taste better this way." For a second, Mira just stared. "You peeled grapes for me?" Zoe tilted her head, brows knitting at the surprise in her voice. "Yeah? You mentioned it once, remember? That the skin made them have a weird aftertaste. So I tried it." She tossed one into her mouth, humming in approval. "This slaps!" She plucked another grape, holding it up between her fingers to feed Mira, but froze when she caught the look on her face. Glassy eyes, lips pressed tight like she was holding something back. "Mir?" The playfulness drained from Zoe's tone. Mira blinked hard and shook her head. Snatching the grape, she popped it into her mouth just to have something to do. "Yeah, I'm fine." Her sleeve came up quickly, brushing across her eyes. "It's good. Doesn't taste like chemicals." Zoe leaned closer, trying to catch her expression, but she only turned further away, shoulders curling in on themselves. "Hey," Zoe whispered, reaching out. She didn't force Mira to look at her, just brushed her thumb against Mira's knuckles when they were clenched tight in her lap. "You don't have to be fine with me. I like you better when you're not pretending." The words cracked something in Mira's chest. Her throat burned, and she let out a shaky laugh that was half a sob. "The hell's wrong with you?" Mira muttered, voice thick. Zoe smiled, squeezing her hand. "Same thing that's wrong with you." She plopped another grape in her own mouth, grin turning soft and teasing. Mira rolled her eyes, but the corner of her mouth tugged upward despite her best efforts. She didn't say thank you. Couldn't, but she held Zoe's hand just a little tighter. When I was younger, I also liked my grapes that way, but then it became too much of an effort. But yeah, it really depends on the grape. But yeah, I relate hard. So cute. Did you know they did surgery on a grape? What? It's giving you only like the orange M&Ms. Wee. There is a type of Korean grape that yeah, I saw Rayami's video on that. I was like, "Oh, I see, I see." It does get really, really tedious. It really depends on the grape. But like, for example, there are some like purple grapes with like really thick skin, like really thick, bitter skin. Like I used to hate eating those with the skin, so I would just peel them. Yeah. Grape surgery. The surgery on a grape thing was a huge meme like 6 years ago. What is that? What is that? I do like green grapes better as well. What is grape surgery? I'm looking it up because I'm confusion. I'm very confusion. I'm also gonna plug my computer in again. I eat grape. Oh, I eat grape with cheese too. I have that. I love having that ratatouille moment, being like, mm. Sometimes, like I do ushering at work, and sometimes we'll have catering because we will be renting out to like fancy people, and they will have cheese boards, and I'll like, and then there will be leftovers afterwards, and I'll like have that ratatouille moment, like, yummy, yummy, yummy. Grape surgery refers to the use of grapes as training models in surgical simulations. A video of the robotic Da Vinci surgical system peeling and stitching the skin of a grape, accompanied by the text, they did surgery on a grape, became an internet meme in 2018. Okay, this sounds familiar now. This sounds familiar now. I think I get it. Okay. They did surgery on a grape. I see. I see. Guys, my internet knowledge is like, oh yes, I know this. I know this. They did surgery. I know this. I know that image. I know that image. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I know this. They did do surgery on a grape. They did surgery on a grape is forever in my high school yearbook. That was my friend's senior quote. That's great. That's incredible. What was mine? Oh god, mine was I was in my musical theater girly era, so it was a quote from Heathers the Musical. It was it what was it? Was it College Will Be Paradise If I'm Not Dead by June? Was it that? That? It might have been that. Mine was That Was Nothing Like High School Musical. That's classic. That's classic. I think mine was College Will Be Paradise If I'm Not Dead by June. I think that was mine. Yeah. I didn't even bother putting a quote on mine. To be fair, I forgot. Oh, damn. I get that. Iconic of you, honestly. If it was actually that one, I'm trying to remember if it was that one or another. It was definitely a Heather's quote. Yeah. My school didn't do quotes. Boo. Guys, it was so cute. We did like superlatives, and I got most likely, I think it was most likely to win a Tony Award. And out of everyone in my class, then that's true. I don't think I'll win a Tony Award, but it would be nice. Went to private Catholic school. They weren't fun. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. I want to keep going, but I'm also tired, so I'm drinking some water. Yeah. Artie's Broadway era. If only. If only. I'll say something that's gonna sound so cocky, but sometimes I do think like my voice would be too much for Broadway. My voice is like too I always felt like my voice was like too deep, and everyone loves their sopranos, and I am a soprano. I'm just a different kind of a soprano. Also, I do think I need more training. Not the evil laugh. They couldn't handle me. That's my Ray Ominous. I'm too much. They can't handle me. Here's my thing about Broadway. The best theater I see is usually off Broadway anyway. Like I used to have dreams of being like, "Oh, I'm going to be on Broadway. I'm going to be whatever." I don't have that anymore because genuinely the best art I see happens off Broadway, off Broadway, indie theaters. And that's more important to me than commercial theater. And even though, yes, it is like commercial theater like brings its level of comfort and like stability and all that stuff. That's simply not the thing I care about most. Artie's voice, I love your range. Thank you. That's why I want to do audiobooks. That's why I want to do audiobooks. Like I really love doing that stuff. Deepa voices sound so pretty. They do. We were on the Discord watching the Fallon show yesterday, being like, deep voices, deep voice love, deep voice love. So I also love this fandom for that because we got EJ, we got Mei Hong, we got we got Audrey Nuno, like deep voice queens, and I'm like, hell fucking yeah. Already be my voice actor when I become a famous author. Hit me up. Oh my god. I was talking to This is a funny story. I will tell the story and then I'll go back. So I do something every month called Living Radio. It is a live radio play show. So I have like I act in that, I direct in that sometimes. Anyway, but I don't know if anyone knows about Gabriel Urbina over here, if anyone listens to audio drama podcasts. Gabriel Urbina is the creator of Wolf 359 and he also does Living Radio. And I like met up with him and a couple other people after a living radio show a few months ago. Don't forget the directors even asked me to speak even lower than her usual voice. Yes, I know that. Iconic of them, honestly. Anyways, we were at the bar after one of the shows, and one of the actors is talking about I just mentioned in passing, like, oh, I did an audiobook narration mentorship. And Gabrielle was like, Claire, do you hear that? Claire, do you hear that? Because apparently this other actor named Claire had like a bunch of books that she had written that she hadn't released yet. And Gabrielle was like, Artie can be your audiobook narrator. And I'm like, if you want. And Claire was like, oh, they're a bit spicy. And I'm like, give them to me. I'll have fun with them. And then and then we were talking about like spicy books and like romance books and stuff. And one of Gabriel's friends, Sarah, was like, "Oh, I read all of my smut on AO3," and I said AO3 at the exact same time as her, and like we high fived. It was the greatest moment ever. Everyone's in the AO3 trenches, and Sarah, by the way, like the person who said that has like has like is like what does she do? What's her job? Um, she works for one of the big like news. I think it was one of the like news companies and stuff. So even like grown-ups, people with grown-up jobs being like, I look for my smut on AO3. I was like, this is the greatest moment of my life. That is how you make real friends. Yeah. RDA genuinely, you're so cute. Um, Here's the thing. I am still like toying with the idea of like doing podfics for fix, but I talked about this in my Twitter as well, especially for longer fix. I cannot do that shit if I'm not paid. I'm sorry, that is so much effort. That is so much effort. Like the only podfic I made was like around 600 words or something, and that even took me like an hour to get everything done, you know? Off topic, but I love your laugh. Thank you. I have learned to embrace it because not everyone likes it. Some people get turned off, but I don't care. Anyways, let's keep going. The cigarette burned low between Mira's fingers, ember flaring with each drag. Nicotine curled through her bloodstream, dulling the leftover sting from her mother's call. Old arguments replayed in her head, every word still as sharp as she remembered them being. Her chest buzzed with annoyance as smoke scraping her throat. She leaned heavier into the cold railing of the balcony. What had started as a teenage screw you had calcified into a habit, a crutch, something to reach for when the walls closed in, when her chest burned with feelings she didn't want to name. And today, after her mother's voice crackled through the phone, all sharp edges and blame, she needed it. She was snapped out of her thoughts when she heard the balcony door slide open. Your place is amazing, Mira. Zoe's voice bubbled out as she padded through, bare socks on concrete. Mira stiffened, cigarette shifting automatically behind her back like she was 17 again. Zoe shut the door and stepped beside her, close enough their arm close enough that their arms brushed and gave her that w- wait, wait. Close enough their arms brushed and gave her that one look, wrinkled her nose. She caught the look from the corner of her eye, the one Zoe always made when she smelled smoke, tried to play off like it didn't bother her, even though it did. Don't make that face, Mira muttered, flicking ash over the railing. Zoe's lips twitched into a grin. I'm not making a face. You are. Zoe didn't bother arguing. Instead, she just held out her hand. Mira blinked, then smacked it like Zoe wanted a high five. Zoe chuckled, shaking her head, and pointed at the cigarette. She narrowed her eyes. You can't be serious. You can't be serious. Hand it over. With a long sigh, Mira handed it over, already bracing for a lecture. Except Zoe didn't scold. She didn't toss it over the balcony either. She lifted it right to her lips. Wait! There was a lot of discussion on Twitter about like making Mira a smoker and doing making her do other stuff with indirect kiss for the win. Indirect kiss for the win. Sorry. I'm not a smoker. I don't like. No, Artie. Wait. Wait. No, Artie. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, I'll keep going. I won't get too excited, but I'm like I'm sorry. Okay. Zoe, wait, Mira started, but it was too late. Zoe inhaled sharply, cheeks hollowing, then immediately exploded into a violent fit of coughs. My girl, absolute cinema. Ooh. Oh my girl. Oh my girl. She doubled over instantly, hacking and coughing like her lungs were trying to crawl out of her chest. Her eyes watered, face red, hand braced on her knee. Holy shit, she wheezed, clutching her throat as Mira rubbed her back, torn between panic and laughter. Why the hell would you do that? Mira exclaimed, snatching the cigarette back before Zoe killed herself on it. I am never beating the allegations. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna die. Listen, listen, guys. Oh. Oh. Wait, what allegations? There are some allegations on Twitter. They're not even like that common of an it's not even that common of an allegation, but Sel was saying something yesterday on Twitter, and I'm like, what did I even do? Artie be like, listen, Sam, God forbid a girl likes some freaky shit, okay? Okay, okay. This is not even what's happening right now. God forbid. That's very funny. Zoe held up a hand, trying to wave her off as she coughed through her words. I I kind of always wanted to try, not gonna lie, just to see. She straightened slowly, wiping at her eyes with the sleeve of her hoodie, breath still coming uneven. But holy shit, that was so ass. My lungs feel like they shrunk 30%. I think I have stage 2 lung cancer now. Why the hell would you do that to yourself? Zoe is me, honestly. She didn't say anything and just plucked the cigarette out of Zoe's fingers before she could try again, but stubbed it out against the railing, muttering, "You're an idiot." Zoe grinned through watery eyes. Yeah, but at least I'm a hot idiot who doesn't smell like an ashtray. Mira rolled her eyes with a huff. Elbows propped on the railing, Zoe tilted her head toward her, brown eyes still red rimmed from coughing, but soft with concern. Seriously, Mir, it tastes like death. Don't tell me it actually makes you feel better. Mira didn't say anything for a moment, words rolling through her head, debating if she wanted to say them or not. Sometimes it does. Mira's gaze stayed fixed on the glowing city below. Not really, though. Silence stretched, only the hum of traffic filling it. Then Zoe nudged her shoulder lightly. Next time you want to burn your throat out, come find me instead. I'll give you something way better to do. Okay. Her head snapped up, ready to bite back at the obvious innuendo, only to catch that grin. Cheeky, yes, but underneath it sat something softer, something real. A laugh slipped out before she could stop it, and heat pricked the back of her neck. Weirdo. They went back inside, Zoe trailing after her into the kitchen, practically skipping. Think you could whip something up? I'm starving. Yeah, Mira hummed, pulling the fridge open. Her hand hovered over a carton of eggs, a few vegetables, and the small stash of sauces she always kept tucked away. Kimchi fried rice, okay? Zoe blinked up from her phone, a bit surprised. You can make that? Mira glanced at her flatly. Yeah, it's not rocket science. You know how to cook? Zoe set her phone down and stepped closer, narrowing her eyes like Mira had been holding out on her. Mira nodded, slower this time. The next thing she knew, Zoe grabbed her so hard she had to cling to the fridge door as she shook her. You know how to cook and you didn't think to tell me? You could have been making me 5-course meals every day and you've been keeping that away from me? Mira swatted at her hands, trying to not let the corner of her mouth twitch. I don't cook all the time, just when I feel like it. She turned back to the counter, piling the ingredients on there. Don't get used to it. She started chopping up scallions and onions, the rhythmic thunk of the knife filling the air, grounding her. I'm gonna get sad now. Out of the corner of her eye, Zoe had gone still, phone forgotten, just watching, wide eyed, mouth parted in something close to awe, like Mira was pulling performing magic, but like what Mira was pulling was performing magic instead of chopping vegetables. The longer Zoe stared, the warmer Mira's chest felt. It was stupid. She pressed her lips together and focused on the pan, stirring the mixture until the scent filled the kitchen. When the smell hit, Zoe was already seated at the counter, practically vibrating. Anticipation, Mira didn't know. Once she lighted it up and slid it across the counter. Bro, I need to make kimchi. That sounds so good right now. Oh, crap. Zoe scooped up a bite and shoved it into her mouth, then paused, chewing slower as her eyes widened. She furrowed her brows and took another bite like she was trying to be good, to be sure. A muffled groan broke out of her, and she pointed aggressively at the dish, tears pricking her eyes. This, this right here is so good. Mira blinked, startled. Are you crying? Sorry, I said that and I'm like, you crying? The way I said it just sounded like that to me. I'm so sorry. Zoe sniffled, still shoveling more into her mouth. Don't look at me. I never had something bless my taste buds this hard. It's spiritual. I think I just met God. Mira's cheeks burned under the praise. She folded her arms, trying to play it off. So, you like it? Zoe slammed her palm against the counter, rattling the silverware as she stared at Mira intensely. Not like it. I love it. Mira, please, please be my personal chef. I can't pay you with money, but I can pay you with my amazing and so very awesome presents, which honestly is priceless. She clasped her hands together, looking at Mira with pleading eyes. Mira rolled hers, turning back to the sink so Zoe couldn't see the grin sneaking onto her face. Whatever, sure. Zoe beamed, happily digging in again, and Mira watched her, quiet, letting the scene sink in. The way Zoe's face lit up, the way she wriggled in her seat from sheer joy. It sparked something in Mira she couldn't quite name. A warm pulse in her chest, something that spread deeper than nicotine ever could. For the first time, Mira realized watching someone take joy in something she gave them, something made with her own hands, left her feeling higher than any cigarette ever had. Now I'm gonna start feeling really, really sad because I know what that means. Oh no. Mira, we need to teach you some no knife recipes. Like, like, come on, girl. Pretty sure the currency becomes kisses later. It does. Mm. I should be studying for a test tomorrow, but instead I'm on your live. Study for your test tomorrow. I'm so sorry. You don't have to be here. Please study for your test. Don't tire yourself out. Um She feels God in this rice. Honestly, God is in rice. Rice is all God is always in rice. Have to be here, Artie. Sorry, I just saw the pretty sure the currency becomes kisses later comment. And I made a tweet about this, but I'll say it here as well. Um, I was talking I just started a new job, so I like started lore dumping on my coworkers and I work at the zoo and we have Halloween events. So I keep seeing people dressed as Rumi, Mia, and Zoe. Like by people, I mean like kids dressed as Rumi, Mira, and Zoe. And I was talking to my roommates about like reading Polytrix fan fiction and like just like K-pop Demon Hunters fandom lore. And my coworker was like, imagine going up to one of those kids and being like imagine going up to a roomie and being like, I saw you kiss I saw you kiss Mira. And I was like, well, I've seen them do more than that. And then I was like, so yeah, no, I'm not going up to a kid and saying that. Thank you. I should be writing, but the voice acting got me grinning. Don't tell kids about one day will you come home to me. I haven't read that one, but I have had that recommended. Imagine telling kids about like they found her in dirt by the tree. Whenever I see a kid in a Zoe costume, I'm like, oh god, you are so lucky that you didn't have to see the shit that demo did to you. I'm so glad you guys will never know about that. Well, for a long time at least. Okay, y'all, let's keep going. I'll see how far I can go until I need a little snack break because I'm starting to shake just a little. Um, but yeah. Mira wiped her eyes with the heel of her palm, curling tighter into the chair until her knees nearly touched her chest. Her voice came out thin, raw at the edges. Oh, more angst time. Yay. Ray Ami Zoe could take when the sky breaks us. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever be enough. she whispered. If I'll ever be worthy of love? Because my parents sure as hell made it feel like I wasn't, like there was always something wrong with me. Her eyes stung. She blinked hard, but the tears pushed through anyway, gathering at her lashes. And then I think about Zoe, about Rumi, and she broke off, a tremor running through her. I get scared that one day they're gonna see me the way my parents did, that they'll get tired of me too, that they'll wake up and realize I'm just. Her throat closed. She swallowed against it, but the words came out strangled anyway. That I'm too hard to love. The sob caught her off guard, a hiccup sound that escaped before she could bury it. Another followed, and another, until she was quietly shaking. She pressed her knuckles to her mouth, like she could shove the sack inside. All I ever wanted, she rasped. All I ever wanted was for them to love me as their daughter, not as a project, not as a disappointment they had to fix, not as some problem to manage. Her breath came uneven, shallow. In the office's dim light, the therapist sitting across from her, didn't flinch or fill the silence. She leaned forward just slightly, elbows resting on their knees, voice soft but steady. You're grieving, Dr. Coma said quietly. Sorry. Not just the family you wanted, but the version of yourself you were forced to become to survive. Mira dragged her sleeve over her eyes. She hated how small her voice sounded. What if they stop loving me? She whispered. Dr. Coma tilted her head, still gentle. What if the people you're with now aren't looking for a version of you they can fix? What if they're already loving you, the real you, the one you've been told was unlovable? That landed somewhere deep. It hurt and soothed all at once. Mira pressed her palms together, staring down at them. Her hands looked foreign, like she didn't know what to do with them. I don't know how to believe that, she admitted. You don't have to know how yet, Dr. Coma said. You just have to let it be possible. Mira's chest tightened again, but the tears that fell this time were quieter, slower. Not a storm, just rain after a long drought. I miss them so much it hurts, Mira added after a while, voice cracking as she swiped at her cheeks, skin raw from the repetition. She felt small, like she'd shrunk into the scared little girl she thought she'd outgrown. I just I just want them back, but I pushed them away. I hurt them. I said awful things I can't take back, and I. Her hand fisted in the fabric of her shirt, knuckles white. I just want everything to be okay again, before I ruined it. Dr. Coma leaned in slightly, tone soft but steady. It sounds like you're punishing yourself for being human, for having a breaking point. Mira shook her head hard, choking out. A car is passing by playing music. Mira shook her head hard, choking out. But you didn't ruin love by being imperfect, Dr. Coma interrupted gently. Love isn't as fragile as you fear. Conflict doesn't erase the bond. It just shows you where it needs repair. What matters now isn't that it cracked, but how you want to tend to it. Mira's throat bobbed as she tried to swallow the knot there. Her fingers twisted in her lap, knuckles pale. I don't I don't know how to fix it. Her voice wavered. Her chest ached, the words piling up faster than she could contain them. And then when I'm alone, all I can think about is what I should have said, or what they were thinking, or if they even. She cut herself off, dragging a shaky breath. Silence pressed in. Finally, her voice cracked low, almost embarrassed. I can't even sleep when they're not here. Her eyes dropped to the carpet, blinking fast as if that might keep the sting from falling, which is stupid. I'm used to being alone. It never used to bother me until Zoe. And then we have another flashback. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have a little bite of my little bagel over here because when I get hungry, like when I get really hungry, like I start shaking, um, and I'm feeling the tremors. Like I feel tremors. Snack time, mukbang. Um, I hope y'all don't hear. I don't know if anyone's like very icked by eating noises. Y'all can leave for a second, but I need to eat. Mm. What are BS? Oh, blood sugar issues. I don't know if I do. I guess I do. I don't know. I haven't like gotten anything diagnosed like that, but I actually had pretty high blood sugar, but like that was a few months ago, and then I had my blood work done again and it was normal levels. So, but I don't know. I start tremoring. Mm, mhm, mhm. I get vertigo bad when mine's high. I see. You should get some kimchi fried rice for the story. I do have some kimchi. The thing is, I already have baking plans because I'm making chocolate chip matcha cookies for the candy floss stream because I made it a challenge for myself to make the foods in the summary. So I'm making the cookies. Even if you don't have diabetes, you can still get lower high blood sugar and it'll still make you. I see. You can ask a question. Yeah, sure. Let's do a little mini Q&A time while I'm snacking. I get faint. Mhm. I've been zoned out. Where are we? So we just had a little Mira therapy session, and we're gonna go back to Mira's talking about like how she's having trouble being by herself and like sleeping by herself and like her fear of like being unloved. And we're going back to another Zomira flashback. Hi, Mark. Welcome. I'm doing a little break because I need to snack a little. But I'm here. I'm chilling. Mhm. Mm, I'll get you. I don't think I have a least favorite ice cream flavor. I love all flavors of ice cream. Um, I guess vanilla because I still like vanilla, but I like more, I guess, adventurous flavors more. So I guess vanilla would be my least favorite, but I still like vanilla. Favorite eye color? I don't have a favorite eye color, y'all. I think all eyes are beautiful. Favorite beverage? I'm the most boring person alive. I'm the most boring person alive. Water. Spilled it all over me. I'm very clumsy, y'all. Let me get some. I'll get some napkins. Oh, spilled it all over me. Oh, I have a little paper towel over here. H2O is life, in fact. Uh-oh. That will dry. That's fine. See, when you spill water on yourself, it will dry eventually and you won't get sticky. That's also another advantage. Oh, sleep well, Red. Are you leaving? Bye. Please rest well. You are in my thoughts. Um, yeah, rest really, really well. Vanilla is my enemy, even though I enjoy it. Please. Um, it's my first time I see your live, but your TikToks are all over my FYP. I'm glad I found you. Yay. Vanilla is my favorite, and I'm not good for you. I'm not saying anything bad about vanilla. It's just I don't really have a like least favorite. I tend to prefer like more textures and more complexity in ice cream. So I'm sitting in a class that's not mine right now because my friend convinced me. I did that to my friend once. I did do that to my friend once because there was a class that I really, really liked. The way it was set up literally felt like a like comedy stand-up show. And I was like, I'm having so much fun in this class. You have to come check it out. Oh, this is a big bite. Wait. Mm, mm-mm, mm-hmm. Hmm. If you had to be stuck in an elevator with one character you love and one you despise, who are they? Stuck in an elevator. And this doesn't have to be only K-pop Demon Hunters, so mm, who would be a good problem solver? I was gonna say maybe Dipper from Gravity Falls because like he would be like he might have like be smart about it, but then I thought that he would actually start freaking out, so not him. Not him. Um that's such an interesting question. I need to find someone who's a problem solver. Like maybe Mira, to be honest. I feel like Mira would be calm through that. And one character I hate. One character I hate. Who would I want to be stuck in there? Who are the characters I hate? Can I veto that question? I don't want to be stuck in an elevator with a character I despise. I'll keep thinking about that. What's your favorite? My favorite color is turquoise. Red finally resting, yeah. A lot of people, I think if you don't like chocolate ice cream, that's fair. I used to not like chocolate ice cream, but I like it now. Wait, we didn't finish the chapter. I'm taking a break because I needed food. Ladybug, she'd get us out instant. Wait, that's so smart. That's actually so smart. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. Zin, your brain. Your brain. Mm-hmm. Mine is Mal from Firefly and Shu Tucker from FMA. I haven't seen either of those. Uh the number of times that people have talked about Full Metal Alchemist and I have to be like, I haven't seen it. I'm sorry. Celine. I don't hate Celine. I have complicated feelings about Celine, y'all. Hands, throwing hands. Oh, what dinosaur chicken nugget would you be? What dinosaur chicken nugget would you be is such an interesting question. Isn't there only one type? Like, do I pick a dinosaur shape? What dinosaur chicken nugget would I be? Uh 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 Brachiosaurus. I'm not that knowledgeable. I like Triceratops. I think they're cool. Um, I've been hanging out with the T-Rex a lot, and what was it called? I learned about a dinosaur called the Giganotosaurus, which is very similar to it. Like looks very similar to a T-Rex, but it's not a T-Rex. Um, yeah, I don't know. Already seems like a Stegosaurus or a Triceratops. Stegosaurus, yeah, perhaps. How about Mira's parents? Why would I want to be stuck in an elevator with Mira's parents? That's the thing that's hard about this question. I'm like, I don't want to be stuck in an elevator with someone I hate. I feel like Artie would be a triceratops. I'll take that as a compliment? Question mark. Triceratops suits you, not gonna lie. They're cutie pies. Okay, 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 y'all. Look, if you're stuck in an elevator, they are trapped in there with you too. They That's true. But I want to be able to get out of there. The thing is, I can't think of a character that I despise who would also be good at, and that's Mira's parents fight them there. Okay, guys, I think that's the end of this little moment because I do want to get back to this. The perfect time to belt out Baby Shark until they lose their sanity. That's very funny. I'll keep thinking about. Maybe I'll message you. Maybe I'll DM you about that when I figure it out. But I don't know, John. Honestly. Oh, Zomira time! Yay! They weren't even together then. Not really. Just friends. Insisted on a movie night that stretched too late, and then insisted harder that Mira stay over. Mira had bristled, mumbled something about being fine, but Zoe just patted the space under her blanket like it was the most natural thing in the world. I'm putting this away. Mira's heart hammered when Zoe slipped beneath the covers anyway, nestling against her. Her nose brushed Mira's collarbone as she tucked herself in, warm and steady, the faint scent of peach shampoo filling the air. Mira went stiff as a board, every nerve on high alert. Then Zoe exhaled, soft and content, like she'd found her home right there against Mira's chest. Head bowed, pulse thundering in her ears, Mira caught Zoe's eyes through her lashes. That quiet, knowing smile aimed right at her. Something cracked open in her chest. Have you never cuddled with someone before? Zoe whispered. In that moment, speech felt impossible, so she just shook her head, heat rushing up to her neck, burning her ears. You're serious? Zoe breathed, sitting back with a soft gasp. Yes. She fixed her glare on the wall, as if it might save her from the moment. Something unreadable sparked across Zoe's face. Do you want to be the little spoon? The what? The little spoon. She was already sitting straighter, grin spreading. Best spot there is. You just get held, all cozy and protected. A groan escaped before Mira could stop it. She dragged her hands over her face. Zoe, I'm not little. Tall people can be little spoons. Tall people can be little spoons. Zoe sing-songed. Pick your poison, Mir, front or back. I talked about this with my friend once, actually. I was like, oh, are you the big spoon? And she was like, well, I am the big spoon. And then I was like, I guess I would be the big spoon because I'm tall. And then she was like, well, tall people can be little spoons. Um, that's not what it's about. You can be either. You can be either. That's the beauty of it. Mira peeked at her through her fingers, mind conjuring scenarios she absolutely did not need to picture right now. Her heart stumbled. Front. Zoe's grin widened and she wiggled her eyebrows. Good to know. Not like that, you freak. The shove to her shoulder came out half hearted, her own laughter betraying her. Zoe only giggled and curled back into the sheets. Relax, you'll thank me later. The bed suddenly felt too small for Mira's long limbs. She hovered at the edge, unsure how to fold herself into the softness, feeling twice Zoe's height and nothing but awkward angles. Come here, I don't bite, she huffed, opening her arms wide. Mira's throat bobbed as she swallowed. She scooted forward cautiously and then froze when Zoe's hand slid to the back of her head, fingers curling at the nape of her neck, guiding her down until she was flush against Zoe's chest. And God! Eyes squeezed shut. Mira tried to steady her breathing. Every inhale filled her with Zoe's warmth, the faint peach scent of her shampoo, and the thrum of a heartbeat under her ear. Mira, you can wrap your arms around me. Zoe. Right now, it just looks like I'm trying to smother you against your will. Mira let out a shaky exhale and, after a pause, let her arms creep tentatively around Zoe's waist. She chest loosening just a fraction, sigh escaping her like she'd been holding it in for years. Zoe's heartbeat was the first thing she latched onto. It wasn't a perfect rhythm, more of a quick than thump, like she was feeling a bit flustered too. Somehow, that only made it better, warm, alive, not a memory. She pressed her ear closer, greedily drinking it in, as if the sound itself might disappear if she didn't hold on hard enough. The next thing she took in was the scent of Zoe's shirt, clean and soft, with a hint of vanilla laundry detergent, and something uniquely her. When Zoe shifted and tucked her chin on top of Mira's head, a weird ripple of warmth spread through her chest so fast it startled her. This was the kind of closeness she'd never dared to ask for, a space where she wasn't braced for a jab or a slammed door, a space where she could finally breathe. Then came the brush of lips against her hair, soft, fleeting, almost like an accident, except it wasn't. The gentle contact cracked something open she hadn't realized was locked. For a second, she was 12 again, sitting awake in a dark bedroom, hugging a pillow and pretending someone cared enough to check on her. Your hair smells weirdly like a fruit roll up, Zoe mumbled into the top of her head. A shaky laugh almost escaped, but her face went hot instead. She ducked deeper against Zoe's chest, trying to hide the heat blooming in her cheeks. If she kept burrowing, maybe Zoe wouldn't see how her hands had started to tremble. What are you doing? Tunneling for gold? Zoe teased lightly. Normally, Mira would fire back, roll her eyes, bite the moment before it got too tender. But her throat wouldn't work. The warmth, the heartbeat, the scent, everything was stacking up in her chest like stones. Her fingers clenched tighter in Zoe's shirt. A small hiccup slipped out before she could swallow it. Mir? Zoe's voice lost its playful edge, dipping soft with worry. She squeezed her eyes shut. Stop. Don't cry. Don't. But the dam had already cracked. All the nights she'd been alone, all the times she'd had to be her own comfort. It all rose like a tide, and suddenly she was shaking. A quiet, broken sound escaped her, and then another. Zoe froze. She had never seen Mira like this. Mira was always composed, always biting back at the world with sharp retorts and steel eyes. But now she was trembling, nails digging in, coming apart in her arms. Mira's arms tightened around her instantly, but she couldn't lift her face, couldn't let Zoe see. Her fingers balled harder in the fabric, like letting go would mean the warmth would vanish. Zoe's chest ached. She didn't know what to say or what to do, except the one thing that felt right. She pulled Mira tighter, cradling her like something precious, one hand stroking through her hair. I've got you, Zoe whispered, her hand smoothing through Mira's hair. You're okay. I'm here. The words kept coming, a low, steady murmur that wrapped around her blanket. Mira's body began to give in to the rhythm, shaking breaths, then hiccups, then slow, exhausted gulps of air. Zoe rubbed slow circles over her back, the touch anchoring her until the sobs finally thinned out. She stayed tucked against Zoe, cheeks damp, ashamed and grateful all at once. Too embarrassed to speak, she only shifted closer, nose pressed against the soft cotton of Zoe's shirt. Her arms tightened faintly, answering the comfort with her own small grip. By the time her body went still, the weight of exhaustion had slipped over her like a heavy quilt. The last thing she felt was Zoe's lips at her temple and the faint murmur. You don't have to be strong with me, Mir. I'll hold you. even when you fall apart, safe, loved. For once, she believed it enough to let sleep take her. There's yeah, I don't have anything to say. They're just everything. This part broke my dam. Aww. I got fan art for this before I even finished the chapter. Oh my god. I'll check it out. I'll have to check it out. I try to avoid like chapter snippets, especially when I know I'm going to read it on live and like avoid fan art, but I'll check it out. Just friends. Just friends, y'all. Just friends. um Also, I think I thought of a character that I would maybe be fine with being stuck in an elevator with, and it's a character that I despise, like genuinely hate. I would maybe like want to be there with Shido from Persona 5 because I fucking hate his ass, but he has enough like power that like he would get the elevator fixed so quick. He would just make a call and be like, "This elevator needs to be fixed." And I'm like, "I fucking hate you, but I'm just gonna get out of here and not remember that this ever happened. I'm gonna forget that this ever happened, and I fucking hate you and I hate your ass and I hope you die." But at least he'll get us out of the elevator. Anyway, I'll keep going. Dr. Koma jotted a few notes before looking up again. Her voice stayed even, steady. I think I know the reason. Mira's eyes flicked up, cautious, but she stayed silent, letting her continue. You weren't used to being comforted before, right? You learned how to survive without it, how to carry yourself like you didn't need anyone. But then, Dr. Koma's tone softened. You finally got a taste of what it feels like to be cared for, to fall asleep feeling safe, to be held, not because you earned it, but just because you're you. Mira's throat tightened. And now that your body knows that feeling, Dr. Koma went on, it remembers, it craves it. Not when that comfort isn't, so when that comfort isn't there, your nervous system reacts. It thinks you've been thrown back into that old, lonely place you had to endure for so long. That's why sleep feels impossible, because your mind is sounding alarms, telling you something essential is missing. Mira's throat tightened. She stared hard at her hands, nails digging crescents into her palms, like if she pressed hard enough, she could ground herself in something solid. The words scraped out before she could stop them. So what? She faltered, then forced it out sharper than she meant. I just have to be glued to them all the time now? Smother them? Be clingy? The word burned on her tongue. Ugly. Weak. She spat it out like it offended her, like she could disguise how much it scared her. Dr. Koma didn't even blink. She shook her head, gentle but firm. No, you don't. Her voice softened. Your body has learned the difference between surviving alone and living with love, the older woman said gently. You've adapted, and adaptation isn't weakness. It's proof that your heart recognized safety when it finally found it. She leaned in slightly. Needing comfort doesn't make you a burden. It makes you someone who has suffered, healed in pieces, and now finally knows what it feels like to be seen. That's not clingy. That's growth. Mira's lips parted like she wanted to argue, but nothing came. Her eyes burned instantly. Eyes burned instead, the words burrowing under her defenses. So, what do I do? Mira asked, voice low, frayed. Like, what do I do so I can actually sleep okay without them there? So I can tell my body I'm not. Her throat worked. Not back in that place. Her fingers twisted in her lap, restless. Sometimes we stay on the phone at night. I can pass out to their voices, but a shaky laugh slipped out. I always wake up anyway. An hour, maybe two. It's like being dumped in cold water. No rest, just emptiness. Her chest ached with the admission, like saying it out loud made it more real. She blinked fast, refusing to let tears blur the room again. Dr. Koma nodded slowly, letting a silence settle before she spoke. That makes sense. You've been relying on their voices as a bridge into sleep. But your mind and body are still waiting for that physical closeness. Your nervous system still thinks safety equals their presence. She set her pen down, folding her hands. So the work isn't about cutting yourself off from them. It's about teaching your body that you can still be safe, even when they're not right there. Mira swallowed, leaning forward. There are a few things we can try, Dr. Koma continued, her voice firm but gentle. First, grounding rituals, things that remind your body of them without needing them in the room. For example, you could keep something small that carries their scent, like a shirt, a blanket, even just a pillow. That way, your body recognizes the association comfort, warmth, them. Mira blinked at that. She hadn't even thought of something so simple. Second, Dr. Koma said, pair that with self soothing techniques, breathing exercises before bed, music or sounds you associate with calm, even replaying recordings of their voices if live calls don't last the night. That way, your brain learns it can ease itself down without relying on an immediate response. Mira shifted, chewing her lip. So, like, tricking myself? Not tricking, Dr. Koma corrected softly. Retraining. Reminding yourself that you don't need their physical presence to be safe. They helped you discover comfort. Now we build ways for you to carry that comfort with you, even when they're not around. Mira nodded slowly, taking everything in, her chest loosening just enough for her to breathe a little deeper. Little break for me. Toss knows how to toss those bricks into a palace. It's like these all it is a common thing for like Polytrix Fix to have like therapy sessions, and I'm genuinely like, yeah, this is actually good advice. Like, yeah. Oh my god, what did I come back to? Okay, Artie. What happened? What was that a reaction to? What was that a reaction to? Toss is so good at alternating pain and comfort so well. I yeah. I love the intercuts with the therapy sessions. The elevator thing. Listen, I hate that motherfucker's ass so bad, but at least he can get us out of there, okay? Mm, that was when you were yelling about an elevator? I see. Toss, when is your debut novel? I'd buy. This is the debut novel. This shall be released as a novel. Not just alternating, but blending them together too. Yeah. Yeah. I'll keep going. Abby time. Abby time. Abby time. A few days later, Abby showed up again, balancing grocery bags on her arms. He kicked the door closed with his heel and grinned. Let's make kimbap. Sorry, Abby voice. Let's make kimbap. Mira didn't move from the couch. She was wrapped up in a fortress of blankets. Nimbus curled at her feet like a sentry. Her eyes stayed on the TV as she muttered, No. Abby froze mid step. No. She turned her head just enough to glare at him. Because no. She set the bags down with an exaggerated thump. That's not even an answer. Don't care. Still my answer. Mira burrowed deeper, pulling the blanket up to her chin like it was armor. Abby let out a sharp huff, hands on his hips. You're seriously gonna deny me the most delicious kimbap known to mankind? Come on, you make it better than my mom, and she's gonna kill me if she hears me say that. I can't. The words left Mira flat, clipped, like she wanted to kill the conversation before it even started. Why not? An hour later, Nimbus was still curled on her lap, Mira absently scratching under her chin. She didn't look up as she muttered. So, yeah. Abby blinked a few times, trying to process. Wow, okay. Yeah. So that's why Zoe and Rumi aren't around, he said slowly, like pieces were finally clicking into place. That's really something. Mira just shrugged, eyes on Nimbus. Silence stretched before Abby cleared his throat. Have you thought of, I don't know, alternatives? Her eyes snapped up, wary. What? What? Like not using knives or, having someone else chop things for you or scissors. Kitchen scissors are a thing. Abby and I have the same line of logic. Keep going, Abby. Keep going. Mira's jaw tightened. She didn't answer. Abby tilted his head. Nothing. So you've just been sitting here like your hands got chopped off and you can't cook at all anymore? Her glare sharpened. Logic doesn't mean much when you've been through something like that. Her voice snapped to mask the crack underneath. And besides, I don't want to do those things. I want to use knives. If I can't use knives, then I can't cook. That's. Abby sighed, dragging a hand down his face. That's not true. You're not broken, Mira. You're just stuck. I'm not stuck. I just don't want half assed substitutes. His jaw tightened, but his voice softened. No one's asking you to half ass anything. I'm asking you to try with me. When she didn't answer, he marched over and gently took her wrist. Get up. Mira dug her heels into the couch. No. Come on, I'll do the cutting. You just roll the kimbap. Team effort. You won't have to touch a knife. I said no. She yanked her head back, clutching her blanket tighter. You can't just stay here forever. His grip loosened, but his eyes stayed steady. You're more than the sphere, Mira. You can still cook. You just need to let yourself try. She twisted, trying to shake him off. Leave me alone. I can't, he said quietly, pulling again, but not harshly. I care too much to let you sit here drowning. It wasn't fair. Abby was stronger, and Mira wasn't exactly fighting at full force. Still, she tried one last tactic, going completely limp, dead weight against him. You're gonna have to drag me, she muttered, dropping herself flat against the couch cushions. I'm not going. Bet. Which is how Mira found herself in the kitchen, scissors in hand, cutting spinach like a sulking child. Abby, one of us. Abby, one of us. She scowled down at the cutting board. This is stupid. Her hands moved automatically, but her chest was tight, heavy. It wasn't the scissors that made it stupid. It was that Abby was right. Exactly. She could still cook, but it didn't feel like cooking. It didn't feel like her. Mira pressed her lips together, jaw aching from how hard she clenched it. She wanted to scream that it wasn't the same, that she wanted her knives back, that she wanted to stop seeing flashes of blood and shaking hands every time she so much as touched one. But instead, she just kept cutting, scissors snapping rhythmically while Abby hummed like he'd already won. And God, maybe he had. See, not so bad, is it? Abby said with that smug grin that made Mira want to throw the scissors at his head. I had a teacher do that to me once. Lord drop. I once had a teacher like throw scissors to someone like at a point right behind me and it went like this. Yeah. True story. I think I was in 6th grade. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I can't believe she didn't get fired for that. Anyway, um, anyways, where are we? Mira leveled a glare at him instead, snapping another piece of spinach in two. Her chest still felt weird being back in the kitchen. Tight, but not suffocating. Unfamiliar, but not unbearable. She didn't feel like bolting, at least. Still, stupid scissors, stupid Abby. This sucked. Well, maybe it didn't suck that much, but she wasn't about to admit that out loud. Okay, now what? Abby asked, looking far too pleased with himself as he held up his cutting board. Mira glanced over, then instantly regretted it. God. She pressed a hand over her eyes like she'd seen something traumatic. If you can even call those chopped vegetables. They are chopped vegetables, Abby defended, puffing his chest like a kid showing off macaroni art. Look at that craftsmanship. Craftsmanship. Mira dropped her hand and pointed sharply at the board. I said rectangular pieces. Abby squinted down at them, frowning. Are these not rectangles? She plucked one up and held it to the light like evidence in a trial. This looks like a sad rhombus. A what? She dropped it back down and pinched the bridge of her nose. They're supposed to be thin, uniform. If they're uneven, they don't cook right and the roll falls apart. Abby blinked, knife still in hand. They taste the same, don't they? Mira turned slowly, deadpan. Do you eat soup with a fork too? He sputtered. That's not the same thing. Mira pinched the bridge of bridge of her nose, exhaling sharply. Oh my god. Move. Move. She nudged his elbow with the back of her hand until he shifted reluctantly. Mira didn't touch the knife, her stomach still twisted at the thought, but she tapped the carrot with her finger, tracing the angle he needed. Like this, not slanted, straight. Your wrist is stiff, loosen it. You're not sawing lumber. Abby exaggeratedly wiggled his wrist until it looked like a limp noodle. Like this? Mira's eye twitched. You're impossible. But she guided him anyway, pointing sharply when he slipped up, correcting his grip on the cutting board. No, stop hacking. Use the weight of the knife. Glide. You're tearing, not slicing. As she talked him through, Mira felt her own hands twitching at her sides, phantom movements of a rhythm she hadn't let herself touch in weeks. Spread the rice, pat it evenly, press down with the heel of your palm. Her body remembered, even when her mind wanted to deny it. Beside her, Abby squinted in concentration, following every clipped instruction. And when the cuts finally came out clean, still a bit sloppy, but right enough, Mira caught herself exhaling, something loosening in her chest. Better, she muttered, almost begrudgingly. Abby lit up like he'd just passed an exam. Huh! See? I'm basically your sous chef now. You're basically my headache, Mira shot back, but her lips twitched, just a little, as she spread rice over the seaweed and showed him how to line the vegetables properly. The familiar rhythm soothed her, the neatness, the order, the way everything fit together once she guided it. And somewhere between correcting him and rolling her eyes at his stupid commentary, the weight in her chest started to ease. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't the same as before, but her hands remembered the rhythm. Lay the rice, spread it evenly, line the vegetables, roll the seaweed with firm, practiced fingers. Press, tuck, seal. Her body knew the steps even if her mind had been afraid to. And with Abby fumbling beside her, humming some nonsense song under his breath, peppering her with questions he didn't really need answers to, she found herself focusing less on what she'd lost and more on the simple act of doing. She hadn't realized she was smiling until Abby whooped. Hey, we did it! He beamed at the neat rolls lined up on the plate, then lifted his hand high. Come on, don't leave me hanging. Mira rolled her eyes, but smacked his hand anyway. hard enough to make him wince and shake it out dramatically. Jesus, you're trying to break my hand? He complained, flapping it around like he'd been mortally wounded. Whoa. Oh my god. Stupid TikTok making me do stupid tasks again. Um, a tiny curl tugged at her lips, traitorous and warm. Baby. Abby grinned, triumphant. Oh, she smiles. Mark it in the history books. Mira swatted at him with a dish towel, but he only laughed harder, popping a piece of kimbap into his mouth. His eyes widened instantly. This is so good. Holy crap. Of course it is, Mira muttered, wiping down the counter, but her chest hummed faintly with pride. Abby chewed quickly, already digging for another. Oh, I almost forgot. I grabbed stuff to make dalgona too. His grin spread wide, eyes bright with mischief. Wanna give it a shot? Mira blinked. Dalgona? She hadn't had that since she was a kid. Her throat tightened for a moment before she gave a small nod. Sure. Abby fist pumped like he'd just won the lottery. Yes! Operation Abby and Mira's cooking show continues! She snorted, rolling her eyes. Like hell, your name would come first. You'd be lucky to even make the credits. Guest star at best. Maybe even a cameraman. Abby groaned and nudged her shin with his leg. You always have to ruin it with your superiority complex. Whatever that means, Mira muttered. But there was a flicker of a smile as they got to work. Oh, the last time I had Dagona was in like 2022. This was like this was 2022, right? This was right at the height of no, 2021. I don't know. It was like when Squid Game had just come out and like everyone was going crazy. And I did the Dagona challenge like at the Korean festival in that we have in New York. We got another 8 hours left. I say we aim for 250K. What? Oh my god, you're talking about the lights about the likes. Thanks, y'all. Oh my god, bye Belle. I missed it. I love Artie doing the knife motions while she's narrating. They're so yeah. Okay, y'all left a lot of comments. Oh my god. We like this Abby. Yeah. Wait, everyone I went to the scissors reactions and everyone like was like, "Bro, what? That happened to me too." Excuse me? Well, that's alarming. Oh, death row. Wait, what's today? Two stories? Yeah, we're doing this and then we're doing candy floss at 6:30 because I'm crazy. Because I'm crazy. We be yapping, we be yapping. Yeah, so we can keep going. Y'all are so cute. Y'all are so cute in the comments. Okay. They were slouched on the couch with plates of kimbap between them, some random show Abby had picked playing in the background while they chipped away at their dalgona cookies. Abby, of course, went for the easiest shape triangle. Mira had chosen the star purely out of spite. Mira the star, oh, I bet. If she was going to do this, she was going to prove she could. If we were in Squid Game, you think you'd survive? Abby asked, hunched over his cookie with his tongue sticking out in concentration. Mira didn't look up. Her needle traced careful little lines along the brittle candy. Yeah, I wouldn't be in that I wouldn't be in that mess in the first place. True. She's rich. She doesn't need to. Abby groaned loud enough to rattle the coffee table. I said if, as in hypothetical. Gosh, learn how to use your imagination for once. You should be great at it with that big head of yours. Mira's jaw ticked. He thought he was funny. Five head, he muttered under his breath. She paused, turning her head slowly until her glare was boring a hole through the side of his skull. He didn't notice, too busy grinning at his cookie. Hell yeah! Abby threw his hands up and up as one neat triangle popped free. It's complete! He set it down proudly on the table, already fishing for his phone to take a picture. Mira slammed her fist down on it. The cookie shattered into pathetic crumbs. Abby froze mid grin, staring at the massacre in horror. Mira didn't flinch. She just pulled her hand back and calmly went back to licking her own cookie, needles scraping away at the brittle star. Abby turned slowly, betrayal written across his face. You. He reached over and snapped her cookie clean in half. The pieces tumbled onto the table, scattering sugar dust across her lap. Now we're even, he said smugly, brushing his hands off. Mira blinked down at the ruins. Her cookie, her beautiful, perfect star, gone. My cookie, she muttered, voice low, dangerous. Yeah, now you know how it feels. Abby leaned back, arms crossed like he'd just delivered justice. Her eye twitched. The needle in her grip tightened until her knuckles whitened. You broke mine, I break you. Simple math. Her voice was sharp, almost too calm. Do you want to know what a Do you want to know what a lobotomy feels like? Abby furrowed his brows. What? She lunged. Holy! Abby yelped, scrambling to grab her wrist as the needle came dangerously close to his face. What the hell, you psycho? You broke my cookie, Mira hissed, trying to twist free, muscles straining. That doesn't justify stabbing me! His voice cracked as he shoved the needle away, the two of them grappling like kids fighting over a toy. Her strength was terrifying when she wanted it to be. He grit his teeth, pressing down harder until her fingers gave out and the needle clattered onto the couch. Please calm down, Abby huffed, but Mira wasn't done. Not by a long shot. She lunged again, this time latching onto him with a full body grip. Before he could throw her off, she dug her knuckles into his scalp, grinding them against the bone. You like that, huh? Huh? She growled, twisting mercilessly. Abby screeched, trying to shake her off. That fucking hurts, you asshole! It feels like you're drilling into my skull! Good, Mira snapped, pressing harder. Maybe next time you'll learn not to mess with my shit. Your shit? He squawked, twisting against her hold. I'm the one who made the damn cookies! You just stood there criticizing how much sugar I used! He finally managed to slip free and immediately got her into a headlock, grinding his own knuckles into her scalp in revenge. Ah, you fucking. Mira clawed at his arm, her legs kicking uselessly against the couch. Yeah? Abby cackled over her, struggling. Not so fun now that it's you, is it? Mira snarled, hair sticking out in wild tufts from his assault. I'm going to end you. You can try, he shot back, grinning like the menace he was. The grin didn't last long. Mira's arm locked around his neck, squeezing until Abby's face went red. Oh my god, they are very sibling coded. They are, in fact, very sibling coded. Bye, Augie. Have fun with your family. Okay. He tapped at her arm frantically, gasping out, Uncle! Uncle! Mira let him go, watching him flop dramatically off the couch like a dying fish. He lay there, hacking and wheezing, clutching at his throat as if she'd nearly ended him for real. Something is seriously wrong with you, he croaked, shooting her a betrayed look. Loser, Mira muttered, running her fingers through her tangled hair, fixing it like nothing happened. The room went quiet, except for the sound of both of them catching their breath. Mira was still glaring at the crumbs scattered on the coffee table, and Abby still nursing his pride. Then a phone dinged. Both of their heads snapped toward their phones at the same time. Mira's lips curved into a small smile, already anticipating Zoe or Rumi's names lighting up her screen, only for it to be nothing. She frowned, thumb hovering over the dark screen. Meanwhile, Abby made a noise so high pitched it was closer to a squeal. Mira's eyes narrowed immediately. What? Nothing? Nothing? No, nothing? Nothing? Abby said too quickly, clutching his phone like it was a secret treasure. His grin betrayed him, though, tugging wider and wider before he caved. Okay, fine. There's this one pretty girl in my class, and I just got her number. He looked down at the phone, then back up nervously. But I don't know what to say. Mira blinked, unimpressed. Show me. He hesitated, then scooted over, turning the screen so she could see. The conversation was painfully bare, just a hi from him and the girl asking if he was free this weekend. Mira scoffed. Well, obviously, say yes. Abby chewed on his lip. Are you sure? What if she snatched the phone straight out of his hands and typed before he could finish. Here. She shoved it back into his chest. Mira! But the phone buzzed almost instantly. Abby's eyes widened. She replied. He read it out loud. She asked where we should hang out. He glanced back up at Mira like she had the universe's secrets. Rubbing Nimbus's absent spot on the couch cushion, Mira hummed. What does she like? Abby scratched his neck, sheepish. I heard she liked to draw one time. Mira stared flatly at him. That's it? That's all you've got? What? Abby threw his hands up. I'm not like you who stalks their crush's social media and makes a whole list in their notes app about what they like. Her frown deepened, heat prickling her cheeks. I don't do that. Yes, you do. You literally did it with Zoe. I saw the notes app. His smirk was smug, far too smug for someone who had just nearly been choked out. That wasn't. I was just. Mira bit off her words, groaning as she dragged a hand down her face. Ugh, why am I even explaining myself to you? Do you want help or not? Okay, okay. He lifted his hands in surrender, still smirking. Then let me see a picture of her. He pulled one up. Mira studied the girl for a second before nodding. Arts and crafts place. She looks like she'd like that. Abby's eyes lit up. He typed furiously, fingers stumbling over the keys, then held his breath as if the world hung in the balance. Seconds later, his face broke into the widest grin. She said yes. We're hanging out this weekend. He turned and before Mira could dodge, crushed her into a bone-crushing hug. You're the best and you don't actually suck, he said into her shoulder. Mira wheezed, clawing at his arms. Yes, thank you. Now please get off me before you get charged with manslaughter for suffocating me. Abby chuckled, finally letting go. He gave her a firm pat on the shoulder, like he hadn't just squeezed the life out of her. Mira rolled her eyes, but despite herself, a tiny smile tugged at her lips. It wasn't bad, right? Abby asked after a while, plopping back against the couch. He looked annoyingly smug, like he was expecting to be right. Mira picked at the hem of her sleeve, dragging her feet to admit anything. Her chest felt tight being back in the kitchen, but not unbearable. Finally, she muttered, I guess. Abby's grin widened instantly. See, you were just being stubborn. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. But, real talk, why do you specifically need to cut? You're acting like it's the end of the world if you don't. Her jaw flexed. She hated when he asked the right questions. Pulling her knees to her chest, she rested her chin against them, eyes avoiding his. Because Cindy taught me. There was a pause. Abby blinked. Who the hell is Cindy? Did I miss a family member or she wasn't family. Well, she was to me, Mira said softly, closing her eyes for a moment. The name brought a bittersweet pang in her chest. She was our personal chef when I was younger. Abby raised his brows, waiting for her to go on. Mira exhaled slowly. She was the first one who treated me like a person, not like I was fragile or a mistake or just the kid. She was kind, patient. She taught me everything I know about cooking, every technique, every recipe. She gave me knives when she left as a parting gift. Her voice wavered. They're still in the kitchen right now, just sitting there, a reminder of her, and I can't even touch them. The silence stretched between them, heavy and unspoken. Abby's smile had softened, the cockiness drained away. He drummed his fingers against his knee, then suddenly snapped them, his whole face lighting up. Okay, hear me out. Think of it like this. He leaned closer, eyes gleaming like he was about to deliver some grand prophecy. You were once this legendary samurai, like feared by all, respected by many. And Cindy, she was your wise mentor who trained you in she was your wise mentor who trained you in the way of the blade. Mira slowly turned her head to stare at him. But, he continued, undeterred, then you got cursed. Bam! In some tragic accident. And now you remember your skills, but you can't use them. Classic tragic backstory. But if you meet up with your old master again, maybe, just maybe, you'll break the curse or unlock new powers. He punctuated it with a thumbs up. So that's why you should see her. Mira blinked at him flatly. How exactly is she supposed to help you with trauma, Abby? This isn't some fairy tale. She rubbed her forehead, annoyed but fighting a small, reluctant pull at her chest. He shrugged, leaning back, leaning back with an easy grin. Maybe it doesn't have to be cooking in the first place, or maybe she'll give you advice, or maybe just being around her will do something. I don't know. His grin dimmed into something gentler. Still, she really mattered to you, so why not? What's the worst that happens? You have a nice visit? She chewed on the inside of her lip. Abby was right, annoyingly right. Cindy was important to her. She had been the one to she had been one of the only bright spots back then. Mira never really got the chance to say goodbye properly, and now she probably could. The thought settled heavy but warm in her chest, and for the first time in a while, she didn't feel like running from it. I guess I could, Mira muttered, almost like the words slipped out by accident. Her thumb hovered over her phone screen as she opened the browser. She typed her name before she even thought twice, chewing the inside of her cheek while the results loaded. For a second, she wondered if she'd imagined her entirely, if time had swallowed her up the way it did most things Mira thought she cared about. But then there she was, a little circle profile picture, same face, older now, her smile lined in a way that looked happy, whole. Mira's chest tightened. The text under the photo made her pause. No longer personal chef, no menus or fancy titles. Instead, pottery instructor at a studio 30 minutes away. Mira blinked. Pottery? Of all things. The churn in her stomach got heavier, twisting with something complicated. Relief, sadness, something like longing. She was her first crush, bro. She was literally her first crush. Oh, this is so cute. Her childhood crush. She scrolled, found the contact info at the bottom. Her thumb hovered. She could almost hear Cindy's voice in her head, soft but firm, telling her to keep her wrists steady when chopping, or laughing when Mira sneaked extra sesame oil into the pan. Her throat burned. Glancing sideways, she caught Abby watching her, nodding like an idiot. Both thumbs up, like she was about to go skydiving instead of making a phone call. Don't chicken out now, he mouthed. Mira sucked in a shaky breath, bit her lip, and tapped the number. The dial tone rang in her ear, and every muscle in her body went stiff. Her heart hammered, like each ring was a countdown. She almost hung up. Her thumb hovered over the red button once, twice. Then Click. A familiar voice, warmer than she remembered, but still so unmistakably hers. Hello? Mira froze. The sound hit her like a knife straight to the chest. Sharp, immediate, tearing open something she thought she'd buried years ago. Her lips trembled, her eyes burned hot. She swallowed hard, forcing the words past the lump in her throat. Hi. Her voice cracked, embarrassingly small. It's Mira. Little line break for me. I'm gonna see. Shit. I went back accidentally. Okay, okay. I just checked how much. Oh, so sweet. Go meet your mentor. Hey, Artie started reading when the sky breaks us. And what the flip is wrong with Zoe's dad? I told you to check the warnings. I told you to check the warnings. If you're on Twitter, you can go over there and like live react to the fic. Like Demo loves it when people do that. Don't spoil yourself. Well, Kirby already kind of like got it spoiled when I read the final chapter yesterday. But yeah, if you have Twitter, you can go over there and yell at Demo. What reference? Wait, what are y'all saying? I'm on chapter 3 and what the flip is wrong with Zoe's dad. Oh, you're just on chapter 3 and you're already like, what the fuck is wrong with her? What wrong with him? Sending you patience. Sending patience and strength your way. I looked at the content rating and said, it's not that bad. I warned you. There is explicit mention of physical abuse. Like there's explicit descriptions. It's when the sky breaks west. And it's Zoe's dad is abusive. Zoe's dad is physically abusive and almost does very very bad things. I won't spoil it, I guess, if you want to read it, but like check the warnings. Check the warnings before you do. Oh my god. Yeah, hi Ebony. Oh my god. Huh? It's so funny when people hear about when the sky breaks west and you're like, this can't be that bad. Oh girl. Oh girl. Wait. Mira, no language on her earth has a wonder for how little oh my god. No language on earth has a word for how little I care. A quantum supercomputer calculating for 1,000 years could not even approach the number of fucks I do not give. You're funny, Sam. You're funny. We just too many things by the title. I'm also like taking a little break right now because my voice is tired and I have 11 notifications on Twitter. What? An elbow scandalous. Sorry, y'all. I'm just gonna take some little time, take a little break, and then I'll be back. Oh shit, y'all. Do I actually do this baking stream right after? I'm a little tired now though, so I might not. Yeah. Water. I remember being so confused by the oranges. That's Toss's fault. That's Toss's fault too. A lot of things started with Toss. Toss is the OG. Man, guys, Two's company. I love you, Toss. Guys, I was saying this yesterday, but like when Two's company ends, I'm genuinely going to be like, end of a fucking era. Damn, Two's company, y'all. Oh. Have you ever read Beat the Demon Out of Me by Amaya May? I think I've had that recommended to me, but guys, my TBR is so long. Like, oh my god. Two's Company needs to be a long-running soap opera. LMFAO. LMFAO. Sometimes it's important for things to end. The end of TC might win the Make Artie Cry challenge. It might. We'll see. Nom nom nom. Let's keep going. Mira stood outside the glass door, her reflection overlapping with the woman inside. Cindy, older, a few new lines around her eyes, but still with that same gentle warmth. She was talking to someone at the front desk, hands moving, and she laughed softly, just like before, like nothing had changed, even though everything had. Her chest tightened. She told Mira to come at closing hours, so there she was, frozen on the threshold, staring like a child at the candy she wasn't sure she was allowed to touch. Abby cleared his throat, loud enough to jar her. I think you're supposed to lift your arm and open the door. Mira's elbow shot into his ribs before she could stop herself. You don't think I know that? She hissed, glaring at him. She winced, rubbing his side with exaggerated pain. Well, you're just standing there, so I just thought. Shut up, Mira muttered, but her voice wavered. Her hand trembled slightly as she finally pushed the door open. The other woman Cindy had been speaking to gave them a polite smile as she slipped past, leaving the room suddenly too quiet, too sharp. Cindy's eyes lifted and landed right on Mira's. For a moment, it was like the air disappeared. Fuck, she was going to cry. She was absolutely humiliatingly going to cry. Mira? What was Cindy's voice? Mira? Cindy's voice softened, touched with something between surprise and recognition. She stepped forward, smile spreading across her face, eyes kind in the exact way Mira remembered. It was unbearable. Cindy's gaze flicked over her, taking in Mira's taller frame, sharper jawline, all the years carved into her. Her hands hovered for a second, like she wasn't sure she had the right to reach out. Then she chuckled, that same gentle chuckle that lived in Mira's childhood memories. Well, you sure had a growth spurt. That was it. Mira cracked. Her throat made a strangled sound as tears burned up, spilling before she could stop them. And then Cindy's arms were around her, pulling her in close, solid, and warm. Oh, sweetheart. The words split her wide open. No one had called her that in years, not like that, not with love stitched into every syllable. She folded in, clutching at Cindy like she was the only steady thing in the world. A choked sob tore through her chest, muffled against Cindy's shoulder. Cindy just held her, rubbing slow, steady circles into her back. Still just as I remembered, she murmured, like Mira's tears wasn't embarrassing, weren't something to apologize for. Mira wanted to say something, anything, but all she could manage were broken gulps of air. She hated crying in front of people, hated being seen like this. And yet, for once, it didn't feel weak. It felt safe. When Cindy finally eased back, her hands came up to cup Mira's face. Hand brushed her thumbs under Mira's damp eyes, studying her like she was trying to memorize every detail. You've grown into a fine young woman, Cindy said softly, pride and warmth woven into every word. Mira sniffed, trying to will the tears away, but they only welled up again at the sound of it. The way Cindy said it, like she believed in Mira. Cindy smiled, tilting her head as if seeing something new. You're beautiful, you know that? Her palm smoothed briefly over Mira's cheek. I always knew you would be. Her chest squeezed painfully tight. No one had ever said that to her like it was a fact, not a casual comment or passing flattery. She didn't know what to do with it except laugh weakly through the tears and lean into the touch, greedy for just one more second of it. When Cindy's gaze flicked past her, Mira realized Abby was still hovering awkwardly near the door, eyes glassy from watching. "And who's your friend?" Cindy asked gently. Mira sniffed again, dragging her sleeve across her eyes and managing a watery chuckle. "That's Abby." Abby stepped forward, raising a hand in a small, shy way. "Hey." He cleared his throat, clearly trying not to sound choked up. "Both of you come in and take a seat. I can tell we might be here for a little while," Cindy hummed, leading them deeper inside. The space smelled faintly of clay and dust, mixed with a sweetness Mira couldn't quite place. Her gaze swept over the shelves lined with half finished pottery, the neat stacks of aprons folded on a counter, and the slow turn of the clay wheels resting silently, waiting for hands to shape them. She sank into a chair, wiping her eyes quickly with her sleeve before anyone could point it out. The studio was warm in a way her chest wasn't used to. It was full of life, but quiet life, steady, like time passed differently here. "This is where you teach your class?" Mira asked, voice catching as she tried to sound casual. Cindy nodded with a soft smile. "Yeah, they come in here, sit down, and I show them how to get their hands dirty. Everyone's clumsy at first, but clay doesn't care. You can always reshape it. That's the fun of it." Mira looked at the spinning wheel, then back at Cindy. Why aren't you a personal chef anymore?" The older woman let out a hum, eyes crinkling with thought. "I got into a bad car accident a few years ago, messed up the nerves in my hands." She lifted them, showing the faint, constant tremor. "Right side's worse than my left. That was the one I used for chopping. After that, I couldn't plate or cut near. After that, I couldn't plate or cut neatly anymore." No, no, oh no, oh. Mira's throat tightened. She imagined Cindy at her peak, sharp knife in hand. The parallels are paralleling. Fluid, confident movements, and then imagined it all slipping away in one night. Just like that. Gone. "I'm sorry that happened to you," she muttered, words heavier than she expected. "So you aren't able to cook anymore?" "Oh, I still can," Cindy hummed, shoulders easy. "Just not as well as I was used to." Mira frowned, confusion knotting in her chest. "And you're not sad about it?" "I used to be," Cindy admitted, smile calm, almost serene. "But I can still cook. So what is there to be sad about?" Mira shook her head, staring at the tremor in Cindy's hand. "But all your hard work and skills you got," her fists clenched in her lap. "You aren't upset that it'll all go down the drain?" Her voice cracked sharper than she intended, trembling on the edge of something raw. The thought of losing it all, everything you bled for, made her stomach twist violently. Cindy tilted her head, studying her with that patient warmth Mira both hated and needed. "Still as stubborn and forward as I remembered," she said gently, resting her cheek in her palm. Mira sniffed, throat burning. "You're thinking about it all wrong, Mira," Cindy continued, voice low but firm. "It's not like I can't use my hands at all." "But," Mira tried, voice small and desperate. "There are ways I can still cook," Cindy said. "I just had to find them. I don't lose what I love just because I can't do it the same way." Her gaze softened, tilting. "You're quite taken by this subject. Did something happen?" Mira bit her lip so hard she tasted blood. Guys, Abby was literally right. Abby was literally right. The words spilled before she could stop them. got stabbed a while ago. Her hands curled tighter into her jeans, nails digging crescent moons into the fabric. Messed me up. Now I can't use knives without. She sucked in a sharp breath, vision blurring. I can't even use the knives you gave me. They're just sitting there. I don't want to forget everything you taught me. The admission ripped out of her like a secret she'd buried too deep, too long. Cindy's face softened immediately, her chair scraping as she moved closer. She wrapped her arms around Mira, pulling her into the kind of hug Mira didn't realize she'd been aching for. Oh, you poor thing. Mira blinked rapidly, her throat tight, tears threatening again. She hadn't meant to say all that, hadn't meant to sound so small, but in Cindy's arms, she felt like a little girl again, the kind that wanted so badly for someone to tell her it was okay to be broken. Mira, you can still cook, just maybe not with a knife. Have you thought of using an altern? Yes! Yes! The word shot out sharper than she meant. Mira's chest tightened. She forced herself to soften her tone, swallowing back the edge. I was using scissors earlier with Abby, but I don't want to use scissors or anything else. Cindy tilted her head, brows lifting gently. And why is that? The question cracked something in Mira's chest. Because they made me who I am, she blurted, voice already fraying. Her throat burned as she swiped at her face, sucking in a shaky breath. Because you're the highlight of my life. I loved looking forward to when you would come over, when you cooked for us, when you let me help, even when you could have just gone home. The words came out in jagged bursts, half choked, but unstoppable. Her voice cracked lower. My partners, I cook for them. I always do. That's the thing, that's mine. What use am I if I can't? Her hands clenched into fists, nails biting into her palms. So, no, I can't just use something else. That's like ripping a part of me out. I won't. Her breath came fast and shallow, chest heaving, like the words themselves were clawing at her lungs. Mira, sweetie. Cindy's voice was a balm, quiet but steady, as she cupped Mira's face in trembling hands. Take a breath. Her thumbs brushed across Mira's damp cheeks, grounding her. Breathe with me. Mira sucked in a shaky inhale, then another. Her fists loosened against her thighs, trembling. Still, the words shook out of her, raw and desperate. I can't just move on from it. I need it. If I let it go, if I change it, it feels like I'm nothing. The admission tore from her chest, small and animal, like a wounded thing cornered. Stop it with the animal. Oh my god. Cindy held her gaze steady. Who said you have to move on from it? Mira blinked, stunned. You said you had partners, didn't you? Her throat bobbed as she nodded, swiping at her face with the heel of her hand. Yes. Then what's stopping you from teaching them, like I taught you? Cindy's voice softened even further. That way, nothing is forgotten. You don't lose it, you pass it on. You watch them grow, and in that growth, the best parts of you live on. That is so sweet. Mira froze. The words sank deep, cutting past her panic in a way she didn't know how to fight. Teaching them, passing it on. It wasn't the same as wielding the knife herself, but maybe it didn't have to be. Behind her, Abby's voice cracked as he perked up, wiping at his own damp eyes. She she helped me make kimbap the other day. She seemed really happy. Didn't you, Mira? Mira's head snapped toward him, like she'd forgotten he was even in the room. His eyes met hers, rimmed red. Her lips parted, voice hoarse. Yeah, it was nice. Bye, cheese. Oh my god, I just saw. Bye, cheese. Um, yeah. Cindy's smile warmed, a knowing glimmer in her eyes. Maybe that's the way forward. Not letting it rot in silence, not burying it because it hurts, but giving it away, putting yourself into others, watching them carry what you taught, what you love. Doesn't that sound like a kind of survival too? Mira's chest tightened, and for once it wasn't panic, it was release. She exhaled, shuddering, like her body was unclenching from years of holding on too tight. Maybe survival wasn't only about clinging. Maybe it could be about handing it over, letting others carry it with her. Think that will work for you? Cindy asked softly. Mira sniffed, dragging her sleeve across her face. Her throat still ached from holding back tears, but she gave a small shrug. Maybe. Well, you try it out and go from there, okay? The older woman hummed, the voice gentle but firm. Mira nodded, eyes down, still wiping at her cheeks. Okay. Good girl. Cindy's tone warmed, and then she clapped her hands lightly, shifting the air. Now, want to have another lesson? A little different from what we used to. I could teach you pottery, make a bowl. Mira blinked at her. Pottery? She'd never thought about it before. It felt strange, foreign. But Cindy was watching her with that patient look, like she already knew the answer. Yeah, okay, Mira murmured. Cindy turned toward Abby, who had been unusually quiet, his own eyes damp from before. How about you? He nodded quickly. Yeah, I'd like that. Cindy smiled. Perfect. Come on then. Just dropped Mira Rumi Zoe in the Discord. Okay, I'll check it out. I think I'm ready for my pottery class. I would love to take a pottery class. I can. There are like pottery classes in New York. I'm gonna check um I'm gonna check the Discord real quick for Nick's art because I have to see it. Oh my god. Oh god, my back. Sorry, I just realized that I had been Whoa. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Is it in the art? Where's the art chat? Is it in Fic art? No. Yeah. I live in New York. Yeah. I live in I live in Manhattan. Where is it? Dropped it in Orange Nation. Oh, I gotcha. I'm looking for the art chat. It's in Orange Nation. Um. Okay. Saluting Artie because back to back chapters. Woof. Oh my god. Artie seemed fond of animal motives is a another way of saying animal motives make Artie crazy. Sure. I'm gonna retweet it. Oh my god. I'm reposting this. Oh my god. Dogs are pets, right? People like pets. Why would they do this to you? Mm. There is a Discord. Um, Nick, I'm sad now. I'm very sad now. I'm really, really sad now. Oh, okay. Cool. I'm sad now. There is a Discord. I can't get out of this live and then drop it the link in chat. I'm sorry. I'm giggling. Why are you giggling? Bitch, why are you giggling? Do you giggle when I get sad? Does my sadness bring you joy? Okay, I'll put this here. Is this how demo feels? Perhaps. Okay, we only have two little sections. Sorry, I just saw the notes. The notes start with, "Hi, it's been a minute, but we're back. It's been a minute." Toss. It's okay. Everyone's busy right now. Okay. Uh, the studio smelt faintly of clay and earth. The air cool against Mira's damp cheeks. Cindy led them to the pottery wheels lined neatly in a row, their surfaces smooth and gleaming under the overhead lights. A basin of gray clay sat off to the side, heavy and damp, waiting. Here, Cindy pressed a lump into Mira's hands. It was cool, pliable, heavier than she expected. Clay's forgiving. You press too hard, it caves. You don't press enough, it doesn't take shape. Balance is everything. Mira stared down at it, the weight of it grounding her palms. Something about it was comforting, messy, unrefined, but alive in a way. She sat at the wheel as Cindy showed her where to place her knees, how to brace herself. Abby sat beside her at another wheel, watching intently. Cindy wet her hands, motioning for Mira to do the same, then leaned over, guiding Mira's wrists. Center it first. That's the hard part. That's the hardest part. You can't make anything if it isn't centered. Mira pressed down. The clay spun, wobbling, her hands slipping against the wet surface. Gentle, Cindy murmured, covering Mira's hands with her own trembling ones, guiding the motion. You don't fight it into place. You coax it. Let it meet you halfway. The wheel whirred, steady and low. Mira's breathing slowed as she pressed again, her palms finding the rhythm. The clay shifted, pulling in, steadying, centering. Her chest loosened. She hadn't realized how tightly she was holding it until that moment. Good. Now start to open it. Cindy leaned back, letting Mira's hands take control. Thumbs here. Slow. Let it rise. Mira pressed carefully, her thumbs sinking into the cool center, pulling gently outward. The clay yielded beneath her touch, stretching upward into a hollow shape. For the first time in weeks, she felt her hands make something instead of failing. She stared, entranced, as the bowl began to take form. The spinning blurred everything else, the panic, the shame, the constant ache of feeling like she wasn't enough. All that mattered was the soft hum of the wheel, the clay blooming upward, and the weight of her own hands steadying it. Her throat tightened. She hadn't realized she was smiling faintly until Abby's voice broke through. It looks good, Mira. His tone was odd. She glanced over, startled, and saw his lopsided grin, his own clay lump collapsing into a mess. She let out a watery laugh. Yours doesn't. Hey! Abby protested, but he was laughing too, and the sound eased something heavy in her chest. Cindy chuckled softly from behind them. See? Clay doesn't care if you cry or laugh or shake. It just listens to your hands. And look at you, Mira. You're shaping it beautifully. Mira swallowed, blinking hard at the blur in her vision. The bowl wasn't perfect. The rim wobbled, the walls were uneven, but it was hers, made with her hands. And for the first time since the stabbing, since everything, she didn't feel broken. She felt capable. Maybe knives weren't the only thing that could define her. Maybe she wasn't useless without them. Her palms lingered on the clay, steadying it as the wheel slowed. For a brief, fragile moment, she let herself believe she wasn't losing everything. She was just learning a new way to hold on. The wheel slowed to a stop, the clay bowl still spinning faintly in the center. Mira stared at it, her breath coming out uneven. It wasn't perfect, but it was standing. She had made it stand. Cindy wiped her hands on a towel, stepping closer. See that? She tapped the rim lightly. It wobbles a little, but it's holding. Stronger than it looks. Just like you. Mira blinked, the words landing deep in her chest. Tilting her head, Cindy smiled gently. Clay is messy. It collapses, it fights you. Sometimes it doesn't look like what you wanted at all. But if you keep working with it, if you're patient, it becomes something you never thought you could make. It doesn't have to be perfect to be worth keeping. Her throat tightened again, her eyes burning. Mira looked down at the uneven bowl, her fingers brushing the damp rim. Worth keeping. You're thinking you lost everything because you can't use those knives the same way, Cindy continued softly, almost reading her. But maybe you're just shifting. You're not losing who you are, Mira. You're shaping into something new. And that's not a bad thing. The tears spilled before she could stop them. She bowed her head, pressing the heel of her hand to her eyes. Cindy reached out, cupping her shoulder, steady. Hey, don't cry, sweetheart. Or cry if you need to. Just remember, you are not broken. You're just in the middle of being shaped. That's such a good line. Oh my god. That's really fucking good. Something cracked inside Mira's chest, but it wasn't sharp this time. It was softer, like something loosening. She let herself lean into it, let the tears fall as her shoulders shook. When she finally lifted her head, Cindy's eyes were still warm, still patient. My classes are always open to you, Cindy said, voice gentle but firm with certainty. Doesn't matter when, doesn't matter how long it's been. You can come here, sit at this wheel, get your hands dirty, and make something. Whatever you need, whenever you need it. Mira's lips trembled. You mean that? Of course. Cindy brushed her knuckles lightly against Mira's damp cheek, just like she used to when Mira was small. I always meant it. Mira stared down at the crooked little bowl in front of her, heart pounding, chest heavy, but somehow lighter than it had been in weeks. For the first time, she felt like maybe, just maybe, she wasn't running out of pieces. She was building new ones. This soup has a lot of onions today. We got a little extra. We got a little bonus. I love Toss's bonuses. Cindy's cutting onions in that case. Cindy is a cook. So my partner loves to say ditto every time I tell her I love her. Mm. Or get a new ability or whatever Abby said with that samurai. Abby is literally right. Abby is literally correct. This platonic Abby is literally correct, and we should listen to him, and he is on our side. Mira teaching them her cooking skills coming soon. Yay! Oh. Ah, yes, a toss bonus that's as long as most people's whole chapters. So real. Let's get into it. Bonus. The faint light of Mira's desk. This is going to be so silly. Toss's bonuses are always so silly. The faint light of Mira's desk lamp flickered against the cluttered wood, casting her face in shifting shadows. She sat hunched forward, shoulders tense, thread trembling between her fingers. Fuck, she muttered when the needle pricked her skin again. A bead of red welled on her fingertip. She shoved it in her mouth with a low groan. Her teacher would have clicked her tongue, maybe given her that disappointed stare Mira hated, and she would have agreed with it. She was rusty, clumsy in a way she never used to be. Fabric spread across the desk, cut pieces of soft material waiting to be stitched into something wearable. She was trying to shape it into a hoodie, something simple, something she could give them that was hers. A gift stitched with penance. Mira's eyes narrowed with sharp focus as the scissors snipped through the fabric. The rhythm of it grounded her, the ritual of making, of creating, when so much else in her life was defined by destroying. A brush of fur tickled her ankles. Mira startled, then smiled faintly. Nimbus wound himself around her legs, tail curling, a soft chirp vibrating from his throat. His way of saying enough was enough, it was late, and she should be asleep. In a minute, Mira hummed, wiping her damp forehead with her wrist. I have to get this right. Nimbus hovered stubbornly, yellow eyes flicking between her and the unfinished hoodie, and when she ignored him, he nipped her ankle with sharp little teeth. Ow, you menace! Mira dragged her legs up onto the chair, glaring down. Nimbus didn't look even remotely guilty. In fact, he hopped up into her lap and plopped down like a king. His purr started up instantly, smug and loud. Mira snorted, fingers sinking into his fur anyway. She spoiled him because he was all she had left in these quiet hours. Then her phone buzzed. Mira reached for it without much thought until she saw the name, until her chest seized and her lungs forgot how to work. She opened the message, eyes skimming, and suddenly the room tilted. A rush of air escaped her like she'd been sucker punched. Her hand shook as she pressed the phone to her forehead, eyes squeezed eyes squeezed shut. They said yes. She could see them again. Her vision blurred, but she smiled anyway, the kind of shaky smile that hurt, that cracked something open in her chest. She could cry. God, she could fall apart right here. The messages lit up the screen. Naui jagan Naui jagan yo Naui jagan gobugi yobo 7:23 p.m. I think I'm ready to come home. I mean, I want to see you guys again. Smiley face. Naui gonju egia 7:24 p.m. Really? Naui gajun jagun. Oh my god. Naui jagun gobugi 7:25 p.m. This is at least not as bad as me trying to read French. Okay. 7:25 p.m. Yeah, I miss you both too much and I had plenty of time to think about everything and stuff. Naui gonju egia 7:26 p.m. I've been waiting for this. Okay, heart. I'm ready too. Mira, 8:02 p.m. Immediately, yes. Please come home. I miss you both more than I can say. Mira, 8:03 p.m. I know I didn't say the right things at the time. I know I've hurt you both. But if you let me, I want to try again to make it up to you both. Naoi Gonju, Egia, 8:04 p.m. Mira, teary eyes. We want that too. Naoi Jagun Gobugi, Yobo, 8:04 p.m. Yeah, we wouldn't be saying this if we didn't. We want you. Mira, 8:05 p.m. Then, would you let me take you both out on a date? I want to show you that I do appreciate you, that I haven't stopped thinking about you, not for 1 second. Mira, 8:06 p.m. If yes, leave everything to me. Naoi Gonju, Egia, 8:07 p.m. I'd love that. Heart. Naoi Jagun Gobugi, 8:07 p.m. Yes! 1,000 times yes! I don't care where we go, as long as it's with you guys. Mira, 8:08 p.m. Saturday? I have a couple ideas. Naui Jagun Gobugi, 8:08 p.m. Perfect! I'm actually nervous. Oh my god. Naui Konju Egia, 8:09 p.m. Same crying emoji, but in a good way. I can't wait. I miss you both. Heart emoji. Her thumb lingered on the screen, tracing their words as if they might vanish if she blinked too long. Mira set the phone down with care, as though it were fragile, as though one wrong move could shatter this miracle she'd been given. She pressed her palms into the desk, head bowing as she drew in a trembling breath. They were coming back after everything she had done, after the sharp words, the selfish choices, the distance she'd carved. Zoe and Rumi still wanted to see her, to be with her. Mira's throat ached. She stretched her stiff back, whispering to the quiet room, "All right, let's do this one last time." She looked at the half finished hoodie, fabric waiting beneath the lamplight. For the first time in months, she felt steady, purposeful. She wasn't going to waste this chance. She was going to stitch herself back into their lives, thread by thread. But get it, get what Toss did there, because she was sewing stuff. But notes. Hi, it's been a minute, but we're back. 3 out of 3 recovery chapters is officially complete. Now we can commence with the fluff. Everyone start talking now. Next chapter is their date, which should come out way quicker like usual. Hope y'all enjoyed the soup. Toodles. I still remember the day both Thrice and Two's Company got updated with the craziest bricks ever. No, that day was crazy because I was like, what the fuck? I had just read If It's Nice, Do It Thrice, and I was like on a live reading Two's Company, and Cell was there, and I was talking about If It's Nice, Do It Thrice, and I was like, Cell, like I saw it coming, but what the fuck? Like I knew who it was going to be, but what the fuck? That was a time. Guys, that was a time. Guys. Time is passing. Time is passing. Is anyone seeing this? God. Yeah, I need to know if it was planned. This movie has been out for how long? Who was I 2 months ago? This movie has been out 3 months, like 3.5 months. And we're collectively going insane. We're collectively going insane. It really did come out at like such at the right time because everyone was on their summer break. Everyone had time to like watch it and like obsess over it. And all these fics came out. And now it's what it is. 3 months already. It feels like 2 weeks. Okay, I gotta go, Artie. Bye, Kirby. Yeah, I'm gonna end it soon. Gotta go to practice on my instrument. Oh my god, girl, me too. I need to practice real bad, but I don't know if that's gonna happen today. Hi, Artie. We just finished reading. Hi, Artie. Hi, Danny. We just finished reading the chapter. Everyone's insane now. The obsession is crazy. What we playing? Megalovania. I I I I learned Megalovania on the violin, but it's very easy. Like it's easy. It's just the string transitions. Artie, I don't know if you're real. What do you mean? What do you mean? Am I AI? Am I a simulation? Oh no, guys, I'm AI. I'm gonna do the Rayami thing. Guys, I just found out I'm AI. I'm not real. I don't exist. Yeah, not feeling well today. I'll listen later. Okay, Danny, please rest. Please take time. Oh, Artie's for sure. I'm gonna check the K-pop Demon Hunters tag. Almost 11,000. Almost 11,000. Beautiful. Almost 4,000 in Polytrix. Period. Just like what people said about EJ. Yeah. Oh my god, Mira Kong is hosting a space when I'm going to be making cookies for my candy floss stream. That's crazy. You're definitely not AI. You're clearly just a collective hallucination. Oh wait, Danny, I missed your flirt. Oh, you called me cute. Thank you, Danny. You're also very cute. Danny is a cutie pie. If no one, if there are some people over here who doesn't know them, Danny is the cutest of cutie pies. Artie, do you have a list of first? What? Do you have a list of first you ate reading? What? Do you have a list of fics? You are reading? Oh my god. Yes, I do. Oh my god, thank you, Ebony. I do have a list. So on live, I'm doing Two's Company and I'm doing Candy Floss. And I'm also doing The Art of Spoiling Pretty Girls, which I'm not going to be able to do this week, but that is something I do with. Oh my god! Speaking of The Art of Spoiling Pretty Girls, I do those streams with Reef. I do those streams with Reef. Reef is the writer of The Art of Spoiling Pretty Girls, and she joins me on those. Speak of the devil, I manifested Reef from thin air. Oh, that was very funny. I am aware of the menace Reef. So yeah, those are the three main fics I'm doing, I think. I've gotten a lot of like messages being like, "Oh, can you read this on live? Can you read this on live?" And I'm like, I have work. I simply don't have time to read too many fics. What do you mean menace? I'm very well behaved. Sure. I'm do you want me to keep looking at you like this? Sure. 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 Ethan. I'm gonna pull up Spotify and I'm gonna end the stream over here. Slander. I'm gonna play Pavlov by Fall Out Boy because Mira talked about being invisible way too much. And we also talked about animal stuff. And Pavlov is like, it comes from Pavlov. Um, but this is a Fall Out Boy demo from Folia Do, and I'm gonna play that. I'm pretty sure Discord says otherwise, Reef. I'm going to see. Bye, guys. Bye. Finally started reading Learning to Love, and I can literally hear the teehees in my head. That's very funny. That's very funny. Learning to Love is so fun. I need to get back on my writing chat. I've just been beat the shit by the author's curse. Reef has been beat the shit out by beat the beat by the author's curse. Yeah, Reef. Whenever you're ready, girl. I swear, whenever you're ready, don't push yourself. Use it if it helps. But things are looking up. That's good. Toss is kind of inspiring me to write my own. Girl, same. Polytrix Fix overall has been very inspiring. Like, have been very inspiring. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna play this song and then I'm gonna go and I have to bake some cookies for tonight's stream. Play, please. Please. Ah, play, please. I saw the live debut of this song. I can't sing. I have no voice. I can't, but the drums are on the floor. She's back to the bathroom for one more. And can't stop staring at the mirror, at the mirror. Sorry, it said the bathroom line, and I thought I was going crazy. Too close, too close. I'll see y'all at 6:30 if you're joining Candy Floss. No, the drums are on the floor. This is one of my favorites, I think. want to make you as lonely as me. Addicted to the sweetness, addicted to the smell.